Welcome back to the FIDE Women's Grand Prix, where round 6 is about to start. Yesterday, the players had a well-deserved day off where they could rest and also explore a bit of the city. In today's round, Goryachkina is leading the pack by half a point. Will she maintain her lead? Let's find out.
Hello everyone! After a very well-deserved rest day yesterday, we are back covering the FIDE Women's Grand Prix 2024-2025. I'm your host, International Master Irene Sukandar, and still joined by my co-commentator, Grandmaster Evgenij Miroshnichenko. Miro, yesterday was a rest day. Did you do anything?
Some people need a rest day after the rest day. Well, it was all good, and one thing happened though. I've forgotten what happens in our tournament. I believe today we are covering round 6.
Yes.
However, if we have a chance, let's take a look at the standings and remind ourselves what is the current situation.
Let's do it. Yes, so after round, here is the standings of the tournament so far. So we're entering round 6 with Aleksandra Goryachkina being the sole leader of the tournament with 4 out of 5. And then in the second place, we have Bibisara Assaubayeva, the clear second with 3.5. And we also have the 3-pointers sharing the third place. It's Tan Zhongyi and Stavroula Tsolakidou and Koneru Humpy.
Yeah, so what's interesting, so our two leaders, first place, second place, did not lose a single game. And they are the only ones, right? So Goryachkina on +3, not a single loss. Bibisara on +2, not a single loss. Well, some people are yet to win their first game, of course, like Elisabeth Paehtz, for instance. And what's curious, Munguntuul did not make a single draw.
Yeah.
And yeah, in her games, it's really tricky because I believe all 5 games were won with black pieces.
It's as if she's playing,
Yep.
It's as if she's playing all or nothing, just keep winning or losing, no draws at all. This is such a very exciting fighting spirit by Munguntuul. And also, let's remind ourselves, what do we have for today? And we have 10 ladies going to play against each other, and in the first board we'll see Aleksandra Goryachkina playing against Elisabeth Paehtz. So it's the leader versus the last position, and then Koneru Humpy will be taking on Stavroula Tsolakidou. Kateryna Lagno will be taking Bibisara Assaubayeva. This is, I think, going to be very interesting.
That's of course. Bibisara so far has a fantastic tournament, but once again, if Lagno is back to her like a usual form, usual strength, it will be a very tough test for Bibisara. Another game is Divya Deshmukh against Nurgyul Salimova, and last but not least, Tan Zhongyi with the white pieces faces Munguntuul Batkhuyag.
Exactly. Yes, with 4 rounds to go until the 9th round later. It is quite a close battle on the top position there between Goryachkina, Assaubayeva, Koneru, Tan Zhongyi, and Tsolakidou. But also, maybe the midfield might be catching up a bit too, yeah?
It's wait a second. So Goryachkina, she's half a point clear of Assaubayeva and a full point of the 3-way tie for the third, right? So, and it's with 4 rounds left. I think the winner of the tournament comes from these 5 names. I don't think somebody is going to win like literally every game. It's possible mathematically, but
it's rare.
Like
it's rare to
happen. Yeah,
yes.
I feel like it's unlikely to happen. Let's not forget, Divya is the only one on 50%, if I'm not mistaken.
2.5.
Yeah. So Divya, theoretically, if she wins 4 games, maybe she can win a tournament.
Yes, and today she's gonna take on Salimova, and play with white pieces as well. So yesterday I had a fabulous rest day with the crew and also some of the players, because even though of course every player was invited for the excursion, but only 2 joined us. Apparently, it was only Tan Zhongyi and 3 actually. Tan Zhongyi, Munguntuul, and Stavroula.
Wow.
Yeah, so the rest of them decided to just take a rest or did their own thing. And today we are back for round number 6 and see if they actually, come up with their own preparation, because again, towards almost the end of the tournament, second half of the tournament, people are getting tired. But hopefully, with the rest of yesterday, their energy was revealed.
Yeah. So, speaking of the leaders, so today round 6 will technically be ending the middle game of the tournament. Yeah, the second segment, if you divide 9 rounds in 3 sections. Well, Goryachkina had an amazing run, 3 out of 3 in the last 3 rounds. But sometimes what happens, you are in a rhythm and you win game after game after game, and then this FIDE comes and it kind of breaks the rhythm a little bit. So, of course, it will be super important for her today with the white pieces. She is, of course, a favorite with white against Elisabeth Paehtz, who also has not a great tournament really, but yeah, we'll see how it unfolds.
Yes, we have a lift off, and the first moves are appearing on the board now. We are looking at Goryachkina versus Paehtz, which apparently it is a French defense on the board.
Yeah, Goryachkina Paehtz is a French defense. So, well, no moves just yet on my analysis board. Yeah, and it starts. Well, I am not sure what would be Goryachkina's choice against the French.
Let's make a guess. Yeah?
I'm guessing knight c3, to be honest.
Okay.
Like, she seems to be the player who would go for the main lines, for the most principal lines.
Okay, I'll just choose one move, yeah? Knight d2. So you go for the knight c3, I'll go for the knight d2.
Yeah. Well, strangely, I do not recall, like nowadays knight d2. I was the one playing knight d2 like back in the day, ages ago. But nowadays somehow they almost stopped playing knight d2, right?
Yeah, knight c3 is back in the trend again.
Yeah, like knight c3. Some people play e5, the blockade French. And interestingly, some people even play the exchange French. And you were right, it's knight d2 from Goryachkina. Knight is on d2. And Elisabeth replied with c7, c5. From what I can tell, yeah, c5.
Yeah.
So now e5,
E5.
queen d5, or knight g1 to f3 is also an option, right?
I think she's gonna take on d5, followed by knight f3.
Yeah, takes on d5.
I think
now,
queen takes.
Once again, yeah, look, pawn takes also exists, and there is like not. It's not a big problem for black to take with the pawn play. This has a late pawn position, but yeah, of course, queen d5, if you will, more of a French defense player's move. Yeah, queen takes d5.
Still no move yet, but I guess she's sticking to the main line with knight f3.
Knight f3, dc5 was once again sometimes would be played. Yeah, original opening, and we'll see. I do not think Goryachkina expected French a lot, and I do not think that Paehtz was fully ready for knight d2. So.
Okay, so with the rest of the games, what do we have here? We have a King's Indian, we have unusual Sicilian, we also have some sort of a Reti position, and maybe a Slav. So which one would you like to look at?
Well, let's just go board by board. So Koneru with Tsolakidou is the next board, and this is a funny line against the King's Indian. So Stavroula plays the King's Indian. She already had a game in a King's Indian against Bibisara.
Yep.
Remember this very long, sharp line with a lot of preparation. Here, Humpy goes for bishop d3, and well, this is somewhat of a confusing move. Castles, knight g to e2. Right, so I guess. Wait a second. I think if you wanted to play knight c6, you had to do it immediately, or maybe after castle you can still do it. Knight g2. You can play knight c6, right? Because d5, knight e5, the bishop cannot move. c4 is hanging. No. So you can try c5, which will be more of a Benoni defense position, and then black is not unhappy to play this one, but it's not the real King's Indian, so to speak. Or you can go with e5 or knight c6, e5.
Yep.
Anything possible.
So yeah, black has a few natural choices here.
Yeah, that's a tricky system. I don't quite remember who was the one to invented it. I mean, it's like, of course, very, very old, as pretty much any system against the King's Indian. I remember there was a spike in popularity in, say, 2010 or something around that point. I had a game with black against Levon Aronian where Levon played this, and then I had a couple of games myself playing it with white, but not to the amazingly great success. Moving on?
Yes, let's move on to Lagno versus Assaubayeva. This is the unusual Sicilian here.
Alright, so it's bishop b5, knight d7, and white castles, and after a6 plays bishop to d3. Yeah, once again, it was the line at some point, knight gf6, and I'm guessing a4 was what they were playing here. Bishop d3 seems provocative, of course, but it has a relatively healthy idea. You could go bishop c2, after bishop b7 play rook e1, so you are playing, you're pretty much saying to your opponent, like, I play the Ruy Lopez, I don't know what you're playing, I'm getting the bishop on c2 and I'm going for d4, right? So a4 played by Kateryna here. After a4, I'm guessing black can think of, accepting the challenge, going c4, then bishop b7. Kind of stopping white from achieving the pawn center, then the knight goes to c5 and so on. But of course, in this case, the b5 pawn might become a target. Like with moves like, say, you trade everything on b5, maybe trade the rook, and then knight a3, knight d4, white might win the pawn on b5 in exchange for the pawn on e4, so it can get very sharp strategically straight from the start.
Yeah, and I think the question for black here is where to develop the bishop on f8. Yeah, some people go for g6, bishop g7, some people go for e6 or e5 and go to bishop e7. Yeah, if you want to treat this position as a, so to speak, the Ruy Lopez, then maybe e6 or e5 will come handy, but yeah, g6.
Yeah, I guess rook b8, you have to react somehow here, right? If you don't want to get involved into c4, you can play rook b8, and then either g6, bishop g7, or e6, bishop e7. Yep. So that normally means kind of a long strategic battle, right? So, which is, I guess, like, perfect for Lagno, but also Bibisara proved to be very, very good in this kind of position. So too early to tell if Lagno is getting any advantage from the opening.
Too early to tell is also another game by Divya versus Salimova. They're still on move 4.
Nothing
They're
happens.
still
Move
choosing.
4.
Yeah, still choosing the variation, where to go with the bishop on f8, where to go with the knight on b8, and yeah, also now c5 was just played, by the way.
Yeah, so it's what you would describe. I guess if white plays d3, e4 especially, that would be what you'd describe as King's Indian attack, right? Yeah, Divya, she did play e4 against Goryachkina, right? So it's not that she's... Yeah, it could be a surprise that she decided to go knight f3, g3, bishop g2.
c4 is on the board.
C4, so that's a different approach. It's still possibilities to transpose into many, many things. After, say, knight c6, you can go d4 and then it's the Catalan. Or you can take on d5, and depending how black takes, like if knight takes, it's an English opening, white can go d4 anyway, white can, I guess, go b3. After e d5, d4, that's what we know as Tarrasch defense, right? c d4, knight d4, bishop c5 is this trendy line played among others. brother. The godfather of this variation is Grandmaster Daniel Dubov. So made it reappear on a scene and played it against like pretty much everyone, including Magnus Carlsen. Yep. So yeah, that's an interesting opening choice by Divya.
Yep. Okay, we can also move on to the next one. It's Tan Zhongyi versus Munguntuul.
Yeah, we checked Tan Zhongyi with Munguntuul. This one is a Slav. Wait a second. E3, bishop f5 is a perfectly playable line. C takes, queen b3. What is that? Do we know anything about this position?
Yeah, this is an early queen b3 moves. Black played queen c8. I was thinking, is it also the same variation or probably not? I thought about the knight c6 and then giving up the b7 pawn.
Yeah, I also thought about this. I mean, there was definitely this kind of line somewhere. But then, if I remember correctly, black was supposed to go like e5 quickly, which I don't understand how it happens in this position. So black plays queen c8. I guess if black plays queen b6, then these pawns are a little bit of a weakness, a little bit of a liability. The fact that black doubled the pawns early. So queen c8, that means that ultimately black's gonna lose a tempo, right? So queen on c8 is not great, but maybe it will not matter much in such a symmetrical position. So black just wants develop knight on c6, e6, bishop out, castle short. Yeah, white plays bishop d2, once again intending to develop the queen side quick. I guess knight a3 could be white's
really
idea,
ideas,
strangely, because there is absolutely no reason not to play knight c3, right? I mean, if you're planning to play knight c3, you probably start with knight c3. So this fact that Tan Zhongyi starts with bishop d2 could hint at knight a3, rook c1, and kind of using the fact that the c file's open, maybe win a tempo. Or could be just a transposition after knight c3, that is possible as well.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, so we cover, it's like the first cycle.
Yeah, we made the first round very quick, by the way.
And I think, I don't know, it doesn't look more interesting anymore now, the game between Goryachkina versus Paehtz, because the queens have just been traded. I was rather hoping that the trade on d4 was taken by the knight, so we kind of like see this, the normal, this French position. So yeah, after bishop c4
queen
here.
d7? Yep.
And then
perhaps has to be mentioned that all queen moves on the d file were tried. So originally, I think queen d6 was the main line. I do not recall exactly what's kind of the main difference. Why is it clever to go to d7? But yeah, queen d7 was played. Castles, knight to c6. I guess you avoid the Geller variation with knight e4 jump. It's a pawn sacrifice variation. Like with the queen on d6, white can go knight e4 with the tempo, and somehow queen e2, rook d1, trying to win the d4 pawn back. Knight b3 is pretty standard. Knight takes, and I guess if you take with the knight,
it's usually what people do.
Yeah, and you can have it with queen on d6 or with the queen on d7. I guess queen c7 then.
Yeah, and bishop b3.
You can't really tell where the queen went, d7 or d6, so it would be a transposition. White, however, takes with the queen. Queen takes, knight takes, but I thought this is something you could expect from Goryachkina, because she's in this, nice situation. She's leading, but so there is no pressure on her in order to win more games. Maybe, she would prefer to win one, I guess, out of the 4 remaining, and that could be enough at least for a tie. But she wants to be very solid, I'm guessing. She wants to be very solid. So relying on her positional play, on her endgame skills, is not a bad strategy, I guess. And also, if you think of queen d6 line, and then castles this this one of the moves would be, I guess, knight f6, knight e4, knight takes, and in case of queen takes, you can also play with bishop d7, not a6. So I'm making an argument that maybe a6 is like
A waste of tempo.
not really a waste of time, but like maybe you would prefer to play it with bishop d7. Yeah. Now white will do something like with a4. This bishop drops back, goes to f3. So sort of a usual play with queenside pawn majority, and maybe the bishop on the long diagonal, like a bit of Catalan vibe. But you're right, it's not as exciting straight from the game. We would prefer some sharp lines, but
But there's also some tournament strategy in this position. Maybe if this position happened like after knight takes d4 instead of queen takes d4, maybe if it was like the first or second round, maybe Goryachkina would have played differently, But now, as you mentioned, the tournament situation is not forcing her to win the game,
to win at any cost. She kind of retains a little bit of pressure here still.
Still having some advantage, yes.
Black has to be careful. And the other part could be, specifically against Paehtz, who is yet to win her first game. And recalling the games Elisabeth played, she looks for like some strategic imbalances, for some complications. And it's very hard to, to create any sort of complications from black in this position. So if she tries, I'm saying like Goryachkina maybe has this in mind. If my opponent tries too hard, then maybe I get like a better winning chance than in some middle game. Okay, so remains to be seen how this unfolds. Understandable opening choice, even if not the most exciting one. Koneru with Tsolakidou. Okay. Knight G, now we are talking. Knight c6, castles e5, d5, knight to d4, knight takes, pawn takes, knight e2. If I'm not mistaken, the move here is knight to d7. Then you want to go either to e5 or c5, exchange the bishop.
And she did it. Knight
she
d7.
Does play knight d7.
Knight d7 is
alternatively, I think was c5 a move here. I'm not quite sure. Remember, this structure was played from this line, so I'm not sure because here white can seemingly take d4. Maybe black gets some compensation. But if you play this structure, it turned out that white's position is in fact very promising because white would go like knight g3.
And f4.
Bishop g5 sometimes, yes, and f4 and like I don't know, rook e8 especially, let's say, and white would go
h3 first before
maybe
f4.
h3, a6, and I don't remember. There was, like I said, bishop g5, rook b8, f4, and white would be very happy for black to play h6, for instance. Again, I'm not saying that this is something black has to do. So bishop takes, and bishop takes, queen takes, doesn't matter. This positional pawn sacrifice is usually what white is opting for in this line. So to get the blockade, yes, and then go f5, and especially that since you played h6, like these light squares are somewhat loose. If you go g5, then the knight jumps here, and queen goes here. It's always a debate if white has enough, but that's, according to what I know, that's what they are trying to do. Knight d7, I think, should be equalizing the game if played properly.
And if white tries to go after the pawn on d4, bishop c2 is one of them.
Bishop c2, I think knight b6 is the move then, and it's awkward to defend this guy.
Okay, b3 we have to mention there is
b3. There is d3, right?
Yep.
Bishop b3. I'm guessing it's just How do I delete the arrows like this? Right? No.
We right click. Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe queen d3, and then with the idea
queen
knight d4,
d3, and there could be some f5. I'm guessing. Or not necessarily, that then you take, right? And
Yeah.
you're trying to go there. Knight c4, knight e6. I don't quite remember. So knight b6, queen d3. What else can I do?
Well, there's queen f6.
Technically, yeah, there is
but
queen f6, and then let's say you go rook d1.
or even b3, bishop b2, yeah? That looks pretty bad.
b3, c5 now, then you can
Oh, then there's
return
c5.
to this other plan.
Right.
Or, yeah, like takes, bishop b2, c5 could be acceptable for black, but then after c5 you say, you know what, the knight on b6 is not great, maybe I can still play this h3, f4 plan. Now, I don't think it's, oh, once again, so it's this, right? Ah, wait, maybe I go knight e5. Okay, this is how I should play this one. Knight e5, attacking c4, okay, this is how it's played, yes.
Also worth mentioning, queen d4 is not a
Yeah,
move
queen
because
takes
knight
d4,
f3.
knight f3. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
knight
so yeah, it's a bit
e5.
awkward on how to defend that. Okay, let's say I play bishop b3, but now I think you have c5, yeah? Or is it a move?
b3.
Because after c5 there might be f4.
a5 is interesting as well, right? a5, knight d4 though.
a5, knight d4, oh yeah, you cannot play a4.
Bishop a4,
Knight-
yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand.
Knight c4.
Almost sure that they should, yeah, wait, I can go here maybe for now, and like, because what I remember in some of these lines, you do lose the d4 pawn, but somehow you go f5 and you have a very strong compensation. So maybe, like, yeah, going queen h4 and, you know, bishop g4 in some cases.
Yeah, that's possible.
And they should probably know the line as well. Stavroula, well, at least she played those moves relatively quickly.
Yeah, and Koneru is thinking right now. On the other hand, Assaubayeva finally made a move. She thought for quite some time in how to deal against a4. So she just made a move just now, and it is
Whoa,
b4.
b4.
A bit too, I don't know, looking a bit...
Yeah, looks strange to be
looks
honest.
strange, yeah.
Looks strange.
You're giving up the diagonal for the bishop.
Usually that's not a great idea.
Yeah.
Again, it could be different with white bishop, particularly on d3, but optically it doesn't look great, right? For black. So now the question is, how does white take advantage of this?
I would switch my bishop back to that diagonal to c4, but maybe not now. Maybe
Yeah, the
I'll go
pawn-
rook
the
e1
pawn's
first. Yeah.
Yes, rook e1 I thought was interesting as well, but I assume black goes bishop b7, still keeping an eye on e4. Now the question is, yeah, like bishop here, I don't think it works. Black can just take e4. But what could work is a move like a5 maybe, like playing a longer positional game. So a5 to stop black from playing e5, then maybe bishop c2, you know, d4, these kind of things. So my feeling is that white has to be better in this setup. White has to be better. I don't think white will capture b4 here, because then black gets the square for the knight, even though, yeah, like going bishop c2 and then d4, maybe even this one's pleasant. So it's an interesting look. It's an interesting standoff. I just realized after b4, black does not want to play a5 yet, because bishop b5.
b5, yeah.
But also when you go bishop c2, black might consider playing a5 and even like going bishop a6. So it's a question to white: do you want to spend a tempo on e5, or you accept the fact that black's going to play a5? Because, yeah, rook e1, bishop b7, I'm guessing we end up playing just bishop c2, or a5, bishop c2.
Or maybe she wants to treat this position like in a roulette pass. So after b4, And your next move probably is not bishop b7,
but
but just like rook b8, e5, things like this. And then you, with b4, sometimes in the closer Lopez, you could feel that you're gaining some space in the queen side.
Yeah, rook b8. But after rook b8, I'm almost like
Yeah,
even
f5
more
is always a
tempted to
move.
go a5 because I will also win a tempo at some point with queen e2.
Yeah.
Attacking a6.
Okay, so let's say, I don't know, e6 or e5 here?
Yeah.
Maybe
Let's play some. Which one you like?
e5.
most?
Let's go e5. Yeah.
e5. Bishop c4. There's also something happening on f7.
I just I think it looks interesting, but okay,
Bishop
there's
e7 and
then you can.
well, taking on f7 probably doesn't work. Yeah.
But because of only one move, though, king g6 is only move. I think any.
This also works, right? King g8, but for instance, if White wanted to, he can already make a draw with knight g5. Yeah.
And castle.
After castle, bishop f7, rook f7, knight e6.
Yeah.
You attack the queen all the time. I don't think Lagno's intentions are to make a forced draw, but yeah. Okay, so what was that? We went rook e1, rook b8, a5 in some order, e5, bishop here. So now, like d4 it would be a normal Ruy Lopez move.
Hang on, but I think we missed that. I was thinking queen b3, knight g5, but there's queen e8 again. Yeah, so that doesn't work. Yeah.
So we are getting close, but can't really win the pawn. Yeah, but I'm thinking d4 would be normal, but also there is like d3 play, because now specifically with the knight on d7, it's a strange position for this Ruy Lopez. So White might get enough time to to capitalize on the light squares like this and get to d5, but d4 is of course much more straightforward. I think c takes in this case, b c3, bc3, c d4, c d4,
and castle.
maybe castles, and still even this one, like White has serious space advantage here.
Or giving up knight c5.
Yeah. So the plan was to, like, say, go bishop e3 or bishop a3 and threaten to take the knight. Yeah, maybe d5 is a silly move. Maybe I should just start by developing the knight
c3.
or queen e2. So Black's position is not hopeless, of course, but there is a feeling that White's going to be slightly better in all this.
Yeah,
line.
it's optically a bit weird to play b4. Yeah.
Yeah.
And especially, I think we can also safe to say, judging from Bibisara's time situation, she
was
didn't.
A surprise, yes.
Yeah, it was
Didn't
surprise.
know.
She didn't prepare this.
She didn't know. Well, Divya and Salimova, their game kind of shapes up a little bit after c4, d takes c4 was played. So this is like a real ready opening. Yeah? Knight a3, knight takes c4, bishop e7. Computer likes White here, like 0.5. I'm guessing because for Black it's still tricky to develop the c8 bishop. So the question that I would have here is, how do we organize d2, d4 move as quick as possible? Maybe b3, castles, bishop b2, and I'm hoping to play d4 next.
Yeah, I think this is a standard play that White can do.
Yeah. Well, it's not out of the question to try to play d4 immediately, because that would be I think that would lead to some like Catalan position with a transposition of moves. Say c4, knight c6, d4, d takes c4. That's our like usual Catalan line, and then knight a3 is one of the moves, by the way. Yeah, knight a3, cd4, knight c4.
Yeah, this position.
This is a transposition. Yeah. So after bishop e7, d4, well, technically you can take with the knight. I don't know if it's like how good it is. It's a strange position because it's even hard to tell what white has for the pawn, but white has something for the pawn. Like this bishop on c8 is very hard to develop. Like if you have two moves and you went to c6, then yeah, that's great.
But b7 is always
Yeah,
hanging.
b7 is kind of always hanging.
But Divya doesn't want to take any risks, so she started with b3.
Yeah, of course. You can do that. I think her entire kind of point of playing this opening is like she doesn't want to get involved into any sort of opening debate with Salimova. It's more of a I'm playing a slow strategic game, knowing that my opponent very often gets in a time trouble. Yeah, sounds like a solid game plan.
Yeah, and castle just played. I think bishop b2 will come
castles, bishop
automatic.
b2 almost automatic. Yeah, and
now you can even you can think of d4 without sacrificing the pawn, and that bishop on g2 will turn to be pretty good bishop. So
yeah.
how
for black, maybe you go knight d5 here.
yeah, there was a game like that. I mean, maybe it's just a transposition that after knight here, d4 takes, and then bishop d7, just like that.
Ah, yeah, right. You can try to do.
And then slowly play rook c8, yeah, or bishop f6.
Yeah, it's like white is slightly better, like because of more active pieces and so on. But black has reasonable chances of like slowly, carefully exchanging all the pieces. Yeah, the queen could be a problem on d8 because sometimes you have this position, but the knight is say on c3 or somewhere else, and then black has queen b6, this rook goes to d8, bishop if attacked from e5 goes to e8, right? Here it's not clear where black queen's gonna go. So after bishop b2, Salimova still has to decide, has to figure out the setup for her pieces. And today, once again, after a rest day, relatively slow development. We do not have any
fire.
Yeah, like any theoretical discussion, so to speak, like the one we had in Bibisara's game against Stavroula, when in 10 minutes, a very long sharp line was blitzed out, and we knew what to expect. There'll be fire on board. Here, everything develops relatively slowly. Shall we check Tan Zhongyi with Munguntuul again?
Yep, let's do it.
Queen b3, queen c8, bishop d2, knight c6, knight c3. So there was no plan whatsoever of going to a3. e7, a6, and knight h4. So Tan Zhongyi has a very simple plan.
Bishop g6 is on the board.
Bishop g6 playing, yeah.
So it's almost looking like, I don't know, like the reverse London or something, that you're going after the bishop on f4 or on f5. And now since the rook is still on h8, it might be giving you some doubt in capturing the g6 bishop right away, yeah?
Yeah, but what you can do is, play... it's tricky, right? Because, like, if you capture here, then maybe you prefer the bishop on d3, right? But the argument against it is that the rook is on h8, so after, say, bishop d6, you'll have to react, you can't castle short yet, and so on. So the alternative to this would be to go bishop e2, for instance, after bishop d6, to castle... castle short...
Yeah, bishop h5.
h5, yeah. No, I guess like if white wants something, has to take the bishop, I'm guessing. And then how bad would be, let's say, go bishop d3, after bishop d6, go h3.
g5?
Yeah, but g5, I'm guessing, can I be smart and also like run away with the king the opposite direction? To castle here, they go king b1, rook c1, and king will be relatively safe. Sometimes they do that as well, because specifically after g5, it's unlikely that the black king will be safe on the king side, right?
Yeah.
So this could be... Yeah, and she takes on g6 immediately, right?
But if you don't want to do the long castle, it's a move like g3, bishop g2 could be, the idea to stop anything on h2?
Yeah. So the king will be extremely safe. The problem that I see with g3, bishop g2 is it's hard to tell what the bishop is doing, right? So after bishop d6, bishop g2, it's like we play for e4 in some cases, but then d4 is weak, so it's kind of little bit straight. Say if we add the pawn on c4, pawn on c6, right? If we never captured on d5, it makes much more sense, I guess, to have the bishop on g2. And being as is, it's mostly bishop d3, which she has already played. Yeah, bishop d3.
Yeah, I think bishop d6 will be played now.
Looks
very natural.
Very natural, and yeah, h3 or. Well, technically, long castle immediately can be considered, because capturing on h2 is dangerous. The bishop will be trapped after g3. But what I didn't like about castle long immediately, that there could be knight g4, and then it's awkward to defend f2. So I guess there is no point. Like you probably just play
h3 first,
play h3 and see what happens.
Yep.
Okay.
And I was just checking other position. Koneru's last move is actually very interesting. I think it answers your question on Black's intention of going c5. So with the
Koneru with Tsolakidou after knight d7, bishop f4. Bishop f4. Tricky. So now knight f4. You'll just take. Right? You'll just take. Knight c5 can go. I guess bishop c2, d3 though.
Can I go b4?
Maybe go b4.
Because now the rook is protected after a5, a3.
Yeah. This is maybe what I meant when I said
f5. There has to be some compensation there.
Well.
Oh, that's interesting. If after f5 net takes d4, probably just takes on e4 and a move like queen h4, you're provoking g3 maybe, but then the bishop on c8 will be pretty strong.
Right,
but
there is also this problem, right? Oh, wait a second. After g3, can I
take on f4?
Can I actually take on f4? Because originally I thought it's absolutely impossible because check, but there is rook f8, queen takes and king takes. Right?
Yeah.
So
rook f4.
Technically, this rook f4 is an interesting move. Then, because taking on f4, black just takes, wins 2 pieces for the rook, and after this capture, at the very least, I can take on d4, right? Maybe not at the very least. Maybe it's just a great move because here, not only I have the perpetual, but I also win with bishop h3.
Yeah, checkmating by force.
Yeah, bishop h3 and queen g2 is unstoppable.
Yep.
Yep. So that means knight c5, b4, knight takes, queen takes, f5 is very, very sharp, very tricky. Maybe white should look for an alternative move and not knight takes d4.
Oh, actually,
you could think f3.
After queen h4, there is knight e6.
Takes, queen h4, knight e6, yeah? Bishop takes,
queen takes, check, and then bishop, but c4 hangs.
Goes, right, the bishop's hanging, the rook, I'm not sure how much the rook is hanging. No,
wait
a second,
g3,
you have g3,
there's g3.
Yeah, you have g3 now. Say queen h5,
and
move the rook to somewhere, e1. Yeah. It's hard to tell if black has enough compensation. It could be that he doesn't.
Yeah. So it could actually potentially turn into something that's very sharp.
Really sharp. Well, I'm a bit ashamed that I don't remember, because seriously, I kind of studied these lines, but I didn't check for years, and I do not remember. It should be a theoretical line, so there should be some established way of playing this position for black. Also, the question is, like, what's white's next move, right? Because maybe you have enough time to go knight b6, so you kind of keep an eye on the c4 pawn, so bishop c2 for now is not that great. And then if white goes, let's say, b3, you go c5, and then you go c5 one more time. Again, not saying that black's position is great or anything, but black saves the pawn, and it's just another position with very tricky structure. Well, so far, the third advanced is Goryachkina with Paehtz, 14 moves, but it's an endgame, right? Which, by the way, computer likes for white.
Yeah, of course, it looks very... It's very pleasant for white,
Bishop
yeah?
e2, bishop d6, rook d1, king e7. Goryachkina went c4, bishop d7. But it seems that black should be so solid. Like, I guess even like this rook to c8, this rook to b8, and b5 somewhere. I don't understand, like, how exactly white is supposed to fight for an advantage, unless some crazy stuff like this. Yeah, like b4.
Like takes rook b1.
Yeah, with the idea, of course, to play c5 if the c4 pawn is attacked. So let's presume black takes, rook b1, a5, a3, well, changes something, but for now let's not include it. Let's say bishop goes back to d6, rook b7.
Yeah, it changes the situation now. Knight c6 coming.
Yeah, like white has some tricks, right? Rook c8, or the other rook to c8. Yeah, maybe this rook to c8.
Yeah, there's c5.
Bishop f3. Well, there is c5 if bishop c5. I wasn't sure.
Oh, I was thinking that maybe d7 is hanging. Maybe I'm a bit too hasty, yeah? Maybe I should include a move like bishop g5 first or something like that, so that the bishop on d7.
Bishop f3 is interesting as well.
Yeah, bishop
because
f3.
Like you have knight c6 ideas, or bishop g5. Yeah, so there is a potential for this to become very, very sharp if white goes b4. Otherwise, yeah, I feel like it's still, of course, a playable position, but black will solidify it pretty much by playing rook c8, other rook to b8, and b6 or b5.
Yeah, so exactly on this position, I think Goryachkina has to trade it rather concretely, yeah, instead of like some strategy or anything. Like calculate the move after b4, because I think that's very critical now. This move changes the characteristic of the position.
Yeah, that's the most ambitious, but also could be quite risky.
So let's put it there again. Like if b4 happens, let's say I play a move like rook, I don't know, rook d8 or rook c8. Just wanna get that rook out, and after c5, bishop e5. Possibly bishop.
Yeah, that's also a good argument. How do I know if it's a good position for white? Yeah, just assume that black has to take. I mean, there's absolutely no guarantee that this is a good position for white. Well, maybe bishop f3, hitting this one. And now I'm thinking you're right. Maybe it was much more clever to go rook d8.
And also, I just realized that after b4, maybe black can try in bishop a4 first before doing anything like this. Immediately.
Yeah. Just go bishop a4 to disturb everything.
Just see where the rook goes.
If you go rook d2, it's an ugly move.
Yes,
and
then I
take. Yeah. After seeing bishop a... no, wait a second. I have c5 with the tempo, so it's still kind of tricky.
But
right?
this helps.
Bishop d1,
but this helps black, yeah? Bishop e5 and rook d8.
Then I'll have to go...
It's tricky now. Where is the rook goes?
Because there is knight e4, and after this there is bishop b5.
Probably I'll throw in rook d8 first, just to make sure.
Rook d8. Yeah, so b4. Maybe I would like it to work, but if it doesn't work, what to do?
You're creating a concession. Yeah,
can't be played then. Yeah, but all I'm saying, like if you do, maybe bishop f3 you start with rook b8.
Or maybe since you want to play rook d8, I mean the other rook h to d8 or to c8, maybe it's time to bring the rook to e1. I know it's wasting a tempo
Oh,
because
with white, I mean.
yeah, with white. So after bishop f3 and then rook e1, and then just see what you want to do. Because if you play g6, then maybe there's a move like bishop g5.
Yeah, knight f5 is very straightforward, but also you're right that black is kind of not in a... If black goes rook c8, we play a move, and the next move is like king f8. Yeah, black is like perfectly fine, harmoniously develop the piece. But rook e1 stops black from achieving this, because of course knight f5 is a very annoying threat. And what do? If I move the bishop to c5, then maybe, again, one has to consider knight f5, but there is also bishop e3 with the threat of knight f5, yeah?
Yeah, I was thinking because d1 maybe belongs to the other rook, and then, you know, having both of the rooks in the central files like that, looking very nice.
Yeah, well, there is also the other one. You give a check, you disturb connection between the rooks, and when the king drops back to f8, you go bishop f4 with the tempo, and then go to d6. This looks like a serious advantage for white, like at least at first glance. Yeah, so it's not impossible. Yeah, this bishop f3, rook e1 is an interesting concept. We'll see what...
Does it mean that after bishop f3, rook hb8 then? I mean, maybe...
Yeah, but then these things are not moving like that at all, right? So the whole point was that this goes to c8, provokes b3, and then you can play b5, yeah. It could be that, yeah, the bishop d7... Yeah, one needed to play bishop e7. I don't know. Maybe it's just like a good position for white. There's little pressure on the queen side, and this one is one delicate little move, rook e1, because my first tries were something very trafaretic, just develop the pieces, but then you give black precious time to arrange everything. Yeah. So nice find, this rook e1. Let's see if Goryachkina is going to play like that.
Whoa! I was just looking at my board here. Tan actually played your idea. Long castle is on the board.
Tan with Munguntuul. Wait, but it's a little bit different. Black went bishop e7.
Maybe realizing that no matter what, white will play long castle anyway, so might as well just put the bishop on e7.
Castle's long. So the only question I'd like to be answered is what happens after knight g4. Do we go bishop e1? What do we do? Rook f1?
Rook f1?
Somehow. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think rook
f1 because this one's not very tasty. Right?
And then it comes with a tempo f3.
Then you go h3 or f3. Yeah. So white has a pair of bishops, and also we were talking about this rook on the h file being active and so on. But the fact that black doubled the pawns kind of stopped them from castling short that easily. Because if black decides to castle short, I think white's attack will be very fast with h4 and h4, g4, h5. So this creates an additional target for opening the files for white. So it's almost like black has to try to arrange the long castle themselves as well. Like go queen d7, maybe try to castle long, go king b8.
But I think white is ready, yeah? Even in the queen side to create some sort of attack, like
king
b1,
f3.
And
if you castle, maybe rook c1 now.
Too, yeah.
After king b8, f3 is one of the options, just to restrict it. It's not necessarily to go e4 because it will be hard to do, right?
You just want to stop the knight, yeah? And then probably now knight a4, knight c5.
Yeah, or I thought maybe we could like start with knight a4 immediately. That's also an option, having in mind bishop b5 and so on. But yeah, f3 doesn't hurt. Having a f3 here doesn't hurt. It feels like white is getting somewhere in this case.
Yeah, pardon me, but I would like to play this as black, and then I know probably it is a bad idea, but I'll just go castle, and I'd like to attack back. Let's say knight a5.
Queen to c2. Queen c2.
And can I start moving the pawns? Okay, h5 is still not a threat for now, yeah? So I can try to play...
It's hard to tell, like maybe h5 is a threat. Like
maybe
h5, knight h5, g4. Or pawn takes and also I go g4.
Yeah, that's possible
Not
too.
sure. Maybe you get
Knight c4, yeah, let's do it.
here. Then I am not certain how do you play this position. Yeah, okay, we are. You know what? We are about to find out because Black did play a short cast.
I think a move like h4 should be expected by Munguntuul. I'm just trying to guess what she has in mind because it looks like a very dangerous attack on the king side after all this pawn move h4, h5 and so on. So she should have something up on her sleeve actually after h4.
Yeah.
Or king b1.
Alternatively, you can go king b1 in order to hide the bishop.
Okay. You know what, Miro? It's been quite a slow day, but all the games I think they are equally interesting. And what's interesting is what we had yesterday during the rest day.
Yeah, but
so
that will. I don't think we have this. I don't think we have the one clip that you're talking about. So it's a bit of a spoiler, you know. There is some footage from the rest day, and it will be shown at some point, but not during this break, which we are about to take.
Yes, and so all the games, I think they are passing their opening stage right now, and they are entering the middle games, and this is where all the magic will happen. So don't go anywhere, stay tuned with us, because we will be back after our first short break.
我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心里早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I've got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨剧中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋和下来了。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能就没有办法能下到加赛。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset. Be fully ready physically and mentally, and just go there and play good moves. And yeah, I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal, and I can play all types of positions, and my calculation is usually quite precise and deep.
我的优点比起他来，可能年纪稍微长一点，经验更加丰富一点。然后在棋上面，我可能比较擅长一些子力调动的类型的局面，然后我可能技术处理上比较细腻吧。
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
It's us. Welcome back, everybody.
And we are on the second hour of the round 6 of the FIDE Women Grand Prix 2024-2025. And yeah, during the break, I was just looking at the. Oh, my microphone.
Oh yeah, okay, so I'll be talking then. We have some update for Goryachkina and Paehtz game, and namely, since our last visit, not much has changed. Goryachkina was spending time, and she decided to play b2, b4, the move which we were very happy at first with this move, but then realized that there is a very strong reply by black, bishop to a4, which we are not sure yet what is the plan for white after bishop a4.
Yeah.
Because c5, bishop e5, the rook is hanging, and the spin is also quite annoying, right?
You were mentioning about the evaluation before, yeah? So before b4.
Yeah, so over here, well, again, we do not know the lines, but we know the computer evaluation. It was in white's favor. Not much, 0.4, something like that. After b2, b4, it switches to be in black's favor. Once again, nothing dramatic, but a slight minus. Minus 0.2 is current computer evaluation. So that means it's not, I guess it's not the strongest move, according to the computer. I just realized something. After bishop a4, c5, and bishop e5, white has this very strange tactic with f4. I'm not saying it's great, but at least it works in case of bishop d1. Bishop takes, and two pieces are hanging. And if you jump with the knight somewhere, I don't think black has enough, because after rook d8, yes,
bishop
there is like a pin on two pieces, but yeah, bishop e3 saves everything. So that means knight e4 is probably wrong. Maybe you can still make an argument for playing this position, like takes on e2.
But still, yeah, you have to take on f6 first, and then after
gf6, knight e2. Yeah, looks better for white. Like I'm somewhat like maybe a tempo short or something, because I was thinking like if I can go a5 and force you to take, maybe it's okay, but
b5,
b5 has no difficulties defending this pawn, either from e3 or a3, and that means a5 is probably just a bad move in this position. So that means bishop a4, c5, bishop e5, f4. At least from what I see, it works. It works for white.
So probably black has to take d4.
Yeah. Well, the question is indeed, like, how good is this, right? Because you can make an argument for a lot of light square control from black. Right?
Rook d8.
Rook d8 we like. So, yeah, rook d8 actually it's actually quite annoying for white, because bishop e3 there'll be some knight d5 jumps. Yeah.
And if you take bishop e3, there's knight d5 still.
Bishop e3, yeah, knight d5, bishop d2, so you're not kind of not losing any material, but also are you better really here? It's a big question, right? Almost looks like a fortress with like how does white progresses from here? Not clear.
Yeah.
Not clear at all.
But even though the evaluation is like now minus 0.2 or minus 0.3, it is quite a jump from plus 0.5.
Yeah, so b4 is not great, and maybe we should look for, for some other options for black. Maybe black has something better than just, even though I don't see what could be. Because
I see if you play bishop c7 here, I think you can just move your rook, or even is knight b3 a move here?
Knight b3 theoretically is a move. Yeah, like we would much rather prefer to somehow kick this bishop away, right? But maybe even knight b3, and planning for bishop f3
bishop b2. Yeah.
So it's interesting. Yeah. Well, the feeling is, however, if black does not play bishop a4, he might be in a bit of a trouble, right? Because then white expands with c5 and a4 and everything. And alternatively, of course, yes, there is this bishop takes b4 capture that we took a brief look at. Bishop back, bishop to d6, I guess that's what we were looking at, and some rook h to c8, which is also quite sharp. So despite early queen trade, this is still a very, very interesting game after b4, or especially after b4. Let's check the other games. Koneru with Tsolakidou. There have been a couple of moves more.
But only two more moves. After bishop f4, queen e7.
Queen to e7.
Preparing for c5.
Once again, some jumps with the knight, like knight c5, or maybe, yeah, like defending the d6 pawn, so c5 is an option. White goes queen d2. I guess this is once again the point where you can try knight c5, f3, f5. Maybe sacrificing a pawn later on, but hoping for the power of pair of bishops. Then out, there is bishop g5 move, for instance. Queen f7, I guess. Looks decent for black. I'm not sure if black has to be worried.
So you would start. Which move
Yeah, like
would you start?
I thought knight c5, yeah. I thought knight c5 because it hits this one. You have knight g3 on the other hand, which kind of fights with f5 a little bit. Fights with f5 a little bit, but then even like black can maybe take, ko f5, and even positions like this, I understand. White has sort of a better structure, or like doesn't have double pawns, but also black is probably not so unhappy.
Black is looking okay there.
Yeah.
But maybe what Tsolakidou is thinking right now, since queen e7 is preparing for c5 anyway.
To do play c5.
To just stick to the plan and play c5.
Maybe you can play c5 here. In what case white can probably try this.
And queen e8.
Bishop here, and then if queen e8, again the same trick, f4, and with idea e5, f5 in some cases. Like knight goes to g3, rook goes to e1. Dunno. So somehow I have a feeling c5 could be too slow. It's the most ambitious, of course, right? To defend so that you have a protected passed pawn on d4, and then who knows? Maybe you're opting for b5, c takes a6. You know, like a little bit of Benko gambit there, and then set these pawns in motion. That's also possible. But yeah, but if we are looking to equalize, it seems knight c5, f5, the combination of these two moves should be okay. There's also, like, if white goes knight g3, that means the d4 pawn is not in danger, and maybe you can allow yourself even like slower play, like go a5 and then the range f5 later on. So all in all, doesn't look like black is in any sort of trouble, right? So if we are talking like opening, it went well for black.
Yep. Okay, so black doesn't have any problem so far, but yeah, trying to how to continue this, especially with the pawn on d4. It looks like it's double-edged. It looks like it's a strong pawn because it is a passed pawn, but at the on the other hand, it looks like it's very easy to get attacked. Yeah,
it can be lost at some point.
Yes.
Right. Lagno with Assaubayeva. Remember, we actively disliked b4, so let's see what happens there. After b4, rook to e1. We guessed pretty much all the moves. Bishop b7, a5. Black decided to go e6, bishop c2, bishop e7, and d4. And we are playing it with e5, right? Not with d4. So now, I'm guessing, since you have the pawn on b4, you have to trade here, you have to trade here. That's an unpleasant position for black. That's one very unpleasant position. So white has the center, and it's very important this pawn on a5, so there is no b6 square available. I'm wondering if d5 works. e5 and knight e4. Maybe you can play like that. Knight e4, because it's not so easy to exchange this knight from e4. Like knight d2 would be a very sad move. And if you try the other knight to d2, and I was thinking maybe black can sacrifice a pawn like this and just castle, or yeah, like takes here. I'm a little bit worried for black. Yes, after this castle, white can throw in the queen first to g4 or maybe h5, and then knight f3. You know, that's like a inferior version of the French. The bishop is still on b7. Yeah, there is no pressure on d4 yet. It's a very strange French. But after knight fd2, maybe you can castle, and then say somewhere here. I was hoping for some sort of counterplay. I'm not sure which one though. So knight c5 is great jump, but after rook d1, you have to go back. Yes, this is not great. Maybe like rook b8.
Rook b8 or rook c8. Yeah.
Some bishop b4, maybe attack a5. Yeah, it could be.
It is a compensation. Yeah,
it could be
like
a compensation because white's still not fully developed. Yeah, so maybe that's the way to play for black, to try to challenge white's dominance in the center with d5. If let's say if all that happens. Interesting, a computer originally was very happy for white, something like 0.7, but then the evaluation went down a little bit. So computer itself found some path for black to continue. They're relatively equal on the clock, somewhat more time for Bibisara, but it's clear, it's move 11, it's easy to say that no one had this position prepared, right?
Could it be? Okay, looks really bad, but could it be that it's b3 here?
Ah, to take this one.
Okay, you have bishop b3, and you have d3, and then...
Yeah, after c4 I will take this. I mean, I will take 2 pawns. Yeah, maybe that's what I do. I go bishop d3, and I'm saying, okay, you'll maybe lose this pawn. Because this one, you're right. It's hard to tell what it is. I don't know. Bishop takes or knight takes. White's position is not worse, but also black.
Also, usually in this type of position, you want to sacrifice the b4 pawn. So instead of b3, could it be like c4?
Here. Intending to go
b3. So you have to take, I guess. I'm not sure where is the compensation to this, but looks like, okay, b4 can be attacked. Like, let's say we play... Is d5 a move here? I'm not sure. d5, e5.
Knight e4.
No.
This looks...
I don't think so. Like, you take...
Doesn't look great, right?
But how to deal with b4 now? Because next move, probably it's bishop takes b4.
Yeah. Was thinking knight c3, but it's not as clear as I would like it to be. Knight takes e4, pawn takes, bishop takes e4. I don't know, maybe some bishop g5 intermediates, but that's too complex. And then let's say you go. Oh, wait a second. White would still be a pawn up in this case. Like if you take e1, white takes b7. Maybe rook b8. Yeah. Bishop here, bishop here, bishop here. So 2 pawns for an exchange. And again, absolutely unclear consequences.
Oh, I think I found this idea again. I mean, it's just some typical idea in Lopez just to sacrifice something, or maybe to get some square for the knight on d7. So instead of playing c4, we take the d4 pawn. Yes, and then now b3.
Now b3.
Or okay, we can play b3 first and take on d4, and now Bishop
so now
d3.
we assume that if I take b3, you take e4, and it's okay. But if bishop d3,
e5.
e5 in order to go there, yeah. This
So
makes
queen b3
sense.
is there, but there's rook b8 with some tempo again. And then you have to move the queen. I mean, there's some compensation to this for the pawn.
Yeah, maybe. But maybe white shouldn't even rush taking it. Just like go
Knight c3, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
it's
after e5, like to go knight c3, go bishop somewhere,
But now it takes on d4 and knight c5, yeah?
takes, and knight c5, yeah. So eventually castling, it really depends, like if b3 pawn survives, because let's say if we ignore the fact that there are like two b pawns, then
Yeah.
the weakness on d6 is not a big problem usually, right? The weakness on d6, it's very common once again, since you've mentioned Ruy Lopez and these structures.
Also, of course, there's nothing wrong with just castle
Yeah,
after
wait a second, but
d4.
now that you've mentioned this e5, do we have to play b3, or we can just trade? We can trade everything
And then play
go
e5.
e5, yeah. And I was originally pessimistic about it. Maybe I should still be. Maybe d5, bishop a4 and stuff. Maybe it's still good. Good for white? Question mark? Question mark? Lagno is not very convinced on how to play there, because her last move d4 took her quite some time. She's on 53 minutes. But then again, if you trade everything and go e5, the question remains, why didn't we play e5 at first place?
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Because we could go e5, as we figured out, we could go e5 and bishop c4. Even if I cannot take the pawn, this is still playable. Knight g5 castles, and then after... Oh, well, maybe this is a problem.
Yeah, but there's queen e8.
Queen b3, queen e8,
but
and maybe in
b4
this
hangs.
case, yeah, like b4 pawn, b4 pawn hangs.
But, oh, Bibisara just took the pawn on c3.
Bibisara took on c3, yeah,
So I guess, okay, bc3.
takes. There is one more, there is one more layer of logic. I'd say if you wanted to castle, or you wanted to play d5 here, maybe you do not exchange the c-pawns, so that white cannot develop the knight on c3. Let's say if you can castle here, I don't know, maybe we are afraid of e5, that's a whole another story, right? But if we are not, then it's better not to take on d4, because there is no knight c3 yet. And white will have to go like knight d2, which is arguably a bit more passive.
Right, yeah, so takes and takes. bc3
Played, right?
Sorry, played, yes.
Yeah, b takes c3 played. So now Bibisara has to take a decision what to do. Because d5, yeah, maybe with pawns here, maybe d5 is the better move. d5, and again, I assume e5 can be answered with knight e4. Maybe this is playable. But even then, knight f to d2 is still the main argument for white.
Yep, right, okay. The game between Koneru and Tsolakidou is c5, by the way, but let's switch to Divya's game.
Yeah, Divya with Salimova.
There's been some moves there.
Oh, wait a second. So bishop b2, this is where we left, and we said, okay, d4 is the next move, d4 is the next move. So guess what? d4 was not played. After queen c7, I don't know if you could play d4, because rook d8, maybe there is like some problem.
Yeah, maybe she's worried about that.
Rook c1, rook d8, queen c2, and bishop to d7.
So probably Salimova is going after your setup, yeah?
Yeah,
putting the
bishop
bishop
goes
on
to
e8,
yeah.
and put the other rook on c8, and then you just play this position with a6 maybe, or something like that.
Yeah, at some point, like if you move the rook from this diagonal already, yeah, you can opt for b5 even. Yeah.
But after b5, the knight on c4, I think, always jumps to e5, yeah?
Yeah.
At least there's the safe haven for the knight.
So after bishop d7, what's white's plan? Can he go d4 nonetheless? Like d4, cd4, knight takes, bishop takes. That's probably too simple.
No, bishop c6, yeah?
Bishop c6, yeah, and that's not much, if anything. I mean, there's still some pressure for white. It's not like it's an absolutely empty position, right?
Where does the queen go?
Here, and
Queen
it's
d7 and queen
a little
e8.
bit awkward for the queen.
They still
Maybe
queen
go
d7.
queen b7, rook d1, queen a8.
Oh.
b7, let's say rook d1, queen e8. But then with so much of a tempi wasted, maybe even e4. Sometimes you can play e4 in these positions. Yeah, I understand the bishop on g2 is kind of passive, but you do get quite a lot of space advantage. And then bishop d6 or knight d6. That's still a very, very tricky position. But I imagine Divya might want to postpone the d4 thing and then just like continue hovering around. Queen b1, rook d1. Sometimes queen goes to a1 to build this battery. That's seemingly harmless, but quite a tricky position. Sometimes you can just like get in trouble with black by doing nothing, just playing seemingly useful moves, and then at some point you understand, okay, wait, white went d4 and I don't have a good reply to it.
Yeah. Okay, so
still
it's a game with only one pawn being traded, and let's switch to Tan Zhongyi versus
Tan Zhongyi Munguntuul. This is like a real
is a
game of chess
game,
over there.
no?
So opposite castles. Castle long, castle short was played. White didn't rush with h4. Took time to go king b1, maybe to have bishop c1 as an option if the knight gets to c4. a6, h4, b5, f3. So you're right in the sense that white decided, no, I'm not playing h5, I'm not sacrificing the pawn, even though it looked interesting.
It looked tempting to just keep pushing the pawn, open up the h-file, and then somehow get some attack.
Yeah, but maybe our pieces are too far, right? I mean, if they just take everything.
Or could it be that it is... no, not taking. We can take it later, but first it is a forcing idea with knight a5 and b4. And then once you exchange the queens, then
you take the
then
pawn,
you take the
course,
pawn,
right.
yes.
Yeah. So it's, once again, I would argue that this is still kind of playable. Maybe white has to sacrifice a piece, but I understand why you not kind of want to enter this with white. So instead, white goes f3. b4, I don't like b4 that much. Here, knight a5, queen a4. So the queen can go to a4. So if she wanted to do it after f3, she could do it in a different moves order, right? Oh, wait a second. There is a little problem with knight a5.
There's knight d5.
Yeah. There's knight d5. And in case of knight b3, white simply takes more things, right?
So probably my idea was actually wrong then. After h5, maybe it's not knight a5 because we have this knight d5.
Yeah. Knight d5, knight d5. This could still be played. Anyway, back to reality, because after knight a5, queen a4, knight c4, Tan Zhongyi did play h5 now.
Wow.
So she does want to open the h file. If pawn takes, I'm guessing you do not have to rush with g4. You might actually play something like that, knight f4.
I know it's a few moves ago, but I'm still now figuring out like what's going to happen after h5 immediately, because we just found out that my idea was wrong anyway with knight.
You mean here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure like if black just takes everything, because the original plan was to go g4, but now I realized, okay, what happens if the knight takes? I guess
then
okay,
rook
rook
takes.
h5. And even, okay, knight f2 is probably too greedy, right?
Yeah, bishop d2, bishop h7.
Yeah, there is bishop h7 at the very least, so knight d2. Some f5 maybe, and just to say...
But knight
yeah,
d5?
Yeah, I'm saying stuff and I immediately dislike it. Knight d5 should be a checkmate somehow. Yeah, that's bad.
Okay.
So
Maybe.
h5 was an option then, at least. Yeah, okay, we'll
So
see.
f3 first, yeah, and then now h5.
Computer's not impressed. Gives slight minus. But it could be that computer's not deep enough in this situation because, yeah, the h file matters a lot and white does get a very serious attack here.
I like the move like b3 here.
For black. Wait a
I
second.
mean, I don't know whether I should include gh first or not.
I
Yeah.
feel like you have to react to this one
So
somehow.
you take on h5 first then, yeah?
Yeah, because after b3 in this guy, I might as well just like take this guy. ba2, king a1.
Oh, Munguntuul reacted differently. She moved g5.
She went g5. g5, somewhat unexpected, to be honest. g5, somewhat unexpected. Now you give white the chance to drop the bishop back, and I'm thinking after g5 especially, I would like to drop the bishop back because at some point I'm gonna play e4, hopefully, and then g5 will be hanging, and this knight will be somewhat in the air on c4 if white goes e4. So it's tricky. Like if she wants to play g5, why don't you take here first? And you go g5. You do lose control over the c file, so white can go rook c2, rook c1, maybe play for the c file, but how dangerous it is.
Maybe
Not
she
clear.
thinks that bishop is, you know, not a valuable bishop compared to the knight on c4, so she thinks highly of the knight compared to the bishop.
Yeah, maybe, but after bishop c1, there will be some problems connected to this bishop. Okay, we'll see. Anyway, this at least is, well, I'd argue the most interesting as of now. It's not that often that we have opposite castles.
And then
Also-
both players attack accordingly, yeah?
Yeah, yeah, like not only the opposite castles, but also, yeah, like you literally both sides tell, you know what, I know what the plan is, I have to attack my opponent's king.
Miro, I'm a bit puzzled on the game between Goryachkina versus Paehtz because it's unlike what we predicted after b4. Paehtz took the pawn on
Let's
b4.
see. So Paehtz with Goryachkina, and this is not a great reaction according to the machine. After bishop b4, rook b1, and especially the inclusion of a5, a3, I don't think it's great. Because white knight will have a b5 square. So in this variation that we were looking at, like knight c6 the threat, and also after rook c8 there is like knight b5, bishop c5 and some bishop f4. I feel like this is not great. I don't like Lizzie's reaction to this b4 thing. And Goryachkina's semi-bluff, let's not call it like a full bluff because we couldn't refute it, just computer didn't like b4, but this semi-bluff worked very well because now it does seem that white's better, and also like even with human eyes you can see, okay, white has initiative, you take b7 and like all the pieces go forward, so not some strange. So bishop c5, bishop d6. I don't think it's.
I think bishop d6,
c3.
yeah.
Bishop d6.
Because you want to put the rook on c8 anyway, and
yeah, takes. Knight c6 is a threat, so this has to happen.
probably just bishop f3.
Yeah. Right. So I had hallucination after bishop f3. I thought black could take on c4.
But then, yeah.
Yeah, and then like knight c6, king e8. That was my like original calculation. You cannot take d6 because cannot take d6 because black's gonna take c1. But you don't need to do this. You
Just
can
rook
just
takes
take
d7.
d7 and then take the rook, winning a piece. So yeah, but then in that line, after takes over here and bishop f3, it does seem problematic for black, because knight c6 is annoying. Yeah, pretty much to anything you can play knight c6. After Bishop c5, there is also some strange looking knight b3 move. Knight b3, and my point is bishop d6, I think c5 works. If everything traded, then again rook d7, bishop a8, yeah, black is in danger. Black is in danger, and also one more thing. So Elisabeth spent
Quite some time
taking the pawn. Then after bishop b4, rook b1 is an obvious move, right? After a5, very logical that, yes, you play a5, I play a3. And the fact that she's thinking again, it's like you can conclude that she's double checking, she's double guessing, that probably she's not very happy with the position.
Yeah, but my guess is because of her performance so far, she unfortunately
Yeah,
might
also
be
is not
losing
very
some
confident,
touch.
yeah.
Losing some touch of the game, and because a move like bishop takes b4, without calculating it, it looks very dangerous to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then she's still thinking right now. Yeah, Goryachkina is ahead in the time situation, and bishop c5 was just played.
Bishop to c5, so not to d6 but to c5.
Okay, rook takes.
Somewhat different. I think rook b7 is still a move here.
So since that knight on d4 is dangerous, is it possible to just take it? I understand that the position would still be better for white anyway, but maybe taking the knight is the answer.
Well, it's interesting. I would agree it's interesting because one thing you could try to do is to trade this rook, right? So rook d4, and you can go one of the rooks to b8. Now rook b1 is a thing, and also yeah, like rook c7 is too awkward, it seems. So white probably trades. Rook b1 is still on a table, and maybe we want to set up something like this. Bishop to c6, pawn to a4, and claim it to be, like, if not the fortress, but close to the fortress.
So this might be the practical way in responding to position day.
Yep.
Yeah, just have to give up one of the bishops and go for this endgame.
So rook takes b7 played.
It's already on the board.
Yeah.
And I think Elisabeth has to start moving fast, because a move like rook b7 is, of course, you know, it's the first thing in your calculation.
Yeah, 46 minutes left. It's move 18 for black to play. So not the time trouble situation yet, but there is a potential for it to be a time trouble. So far the slowest is... okay, we have two. Like Lagno Assaubayeva 13 moves, Divya Salimova 12 moves. And it's what, 1.5 hours? Yeah, it's a very slow development of the game.
I think let's switch back to... Which game would you like to look at?
I don't know. Let's check.
Or...
Yeah, let's check maybe, like, once again. Lagno... okay, Lagno with Assaubayeva. Not... Well, not like big news, but b takes, castles, and knight bd2. So that's all. That's all that happened. So still, like one pair of pawns being exchanged. Only, both on 50 minutes. The very slow development of this game. So how to arrange the counterplay properly for black? I'm not even sure. So now going d5 is not great, I'm guessing.
Queen c7. So she treats this position like half-half, like half e4, e5, half Sicilian.
Yeah. Is e5 ever a great idea? This is something I don't understand. Like e5, yeah, knight d5. You're probably not holding your center, right? So that's.
Also takes and knight g4 maybe. I don't know, looks very dangerous though.
Yeah, so e5, it's ambitious move, but also should be done with care. It's kind of, I was thinking if knight g4, maybe this works for white. And you can try to take e5, but the feeling is that there is always compensation in this case, because like some bishop h7s. Alright, well, we'll see. White doesn't have to do it. d5 is not a move now.
Moving
Just
the knight,
takes
maybe.
twice, yeah. Moving the knight from d2, like knight f1 to g3. But yeah, but maybe the moment you move the knight, this is where black goes d5, e5, knight e4. I guess, kind of trying to play for the same setup with knight on e4 and also having an extra tempo on the c file. Yeah, very hard to judge. Computer likes white, but it's not clear what move exactly white has to play.
It could be a bit out of the box, yeah, but bishop a3.
Bishop a3.
I know the attention has to be actually on the other side, but...
Bishop a3 to kind of fight, to mess with this d5 plan, but maybe still d5 is... I don't know. Now d5, e5, I don't have knight e4. Yeah, could be this. And I cannot really take this one because
Bishop c5.
Yeah.
But that looks very unlikely. It's just an idea.
It's an artificial thing.
Yeah.
Wait, what does black want? Maybe rook c8 is the next move.
Open
so
up the c file.
Have to invent the way to react to rook c8.
Yep.
Maybe bishop d3 immediately, maybe knight f1, and then after rook c8, white goes bishop d3. So it's still an opening position, and this I actually I'm ready to forecast that there will be a very serious time trouble, because these positions, it's so many options for both, right? Like white's looking to play e5, d5, black can play either e5, d5, so the structure is undefined. The moment you have like some pawn chain, let's say advanced French, at least you know the plans, right? The black has to go c5, white has to go for the kingside attack. Here it can look differently, and on every move you kind of calculate, you think, okay, should I go there, should I go there,
and be prepared for both possibilities.
Yeah. Like same for black. Yeah, like on every move you have to check, like if she goes d5, what happens? If she goes e5, what happens? That usually leads to a lot of time spent, like in this between move 10 and 20. So I will not be surprised if like for another half hour there will be, you know, one move at a time, one move in 10 minutes, one move in 10 minutes, and then entering a time trouble right after move 20. Rook h2 b8, played by Elisabeth Paehtz. So I think she exchanged on d4.
Yes, she did.
Yes, we were successful in picking up her brain, what she was planning to do. So take here, go rook b8.
Takes
rook
b8, takes, yep.
Rook takes. Yeah, and this idea of rook b1 actually promises black not a bad counterplay at all. Yeah.
So what could be the move here? I was thinking, I really want to get the bishop out, so probably bishop f4 with the idea of after rook b1, then rook.
Yeah, you have to block with the rook, I guess.
There's bishop f1 as well, but I don't know if I like that move.
Yeah, there is no bishop d1, perhaps we have to
Bishop
mention,
A4.
because there is bishop a4, but bishop f1 is possible, theoretically, even though it's not advisable to pin your own king down.
And it's a bit hard to unpin it as well, because after g3 there's a move like e5 and bishop h3.
Yeah. You probably want to play f3, king f2, but when you go king f2 there will be another check. Now let's check the obvious.
The rook b1.
Rook b1, so rook d1. And now I'm not sure, because this could be a fortress, but we don't know. Or black can play rook b2 and say my rook is more active, so why should I trade it? And these positions are also like hard to judge. Maybe
Bishop f3.
Yeah, well, bishop f3 on the other hand, yeah, and then
and then push the pawn. Yeah, it could be a bit dangerous now.
rook b8. Maybe what you do is you play f3 here to restrict the knight. after rook b1, you go rook d1.
And she did it after he's on the board.
f3, So after rook b1, you go rook d1, and what I wanted to do is some bishop d2, you know, attack a5, maybe trade the rooks, play it slower. Computer evaluation dropped to being zeros after f3. So I wonder if there is like, you know, some sort of a repetition, or just computer doesn't think that white is better at all.
I was thinking maybe bishop a4, just trying to
Oh,
be
bishop a4,
clever.
yeah, not bad. Yeah, that's stopping this d1 nonsense.
And now whenever the bishop on
Yes.
c1 moves, you can somehow try to attack a3.
Guess king f2.
And maybe this is where the knight starts moving to d7, c5, something like that, or e5.
Yeah, there's also e5 move. And again, like some... have to play some tricky moves like rook d2, rook d2, rook b1, bishop b2. Maybe that's okay though. Bishop b2, bishop c3. Okay, we'll see. See.
And nothing much happening on the game between Divya and Salimova. They get into the position like what we discussed with the bishop on e8, and
so no d4 from white. This is
No.
the most important news. Yeah, the bishop d7, knight c to e5, black played bishop to e8. Well, it's not exactly the same.
because you can still also prepare that by playing rook d1 now.
Yeah, still not fully equal though. Yeah, this d4 thing.
Yeah, white should be still slightly better in this position, more space, and I think more initiative
Oh wait,
as well.
we can do d4 immediately. Just realized. Because knight d4, there is bishop d4, right? And there's a pin on the c file. So d4, if knight takes takes e5. Again, I'm never sure how to judge these positions, because white gets more space, but black has the majority. It's a healthy majority here. After, say, knight d5, e4 is terrible, because knight b4 gets to d3, and also e4 shuts your own bishop. So usually, like, if you go for this structure, that means you give black the d5 square, because e4 almost never a good idea.
So it means you have to take with the knight.
I guess
then.
like if you went d4, then we are taking with the knight, and well, we still threaten this.
Yeah,
right?
and it's actually not easy to handle it, because next move is d5.
Yeah, use dc5 after rook c8. I was thinking there is like this funny looking Catalan move, knight d3. So, well, in Catalan it's very common to get the knight on d3. Maybe white just wins the pawn this way. Yeah, d4 looks promising. d4 looks promising. Let's see if Divya plays it. And finally, let's go to Tan.
Yeah,
Zhongyi and
her last
Munguntuul.
move puzzled me.
What?
What-
King a1?
Yeah, can you explain it for me, please?
I don't know. Maybe we will need to.
We'll need to wait.
Yeah.
What's going to
So,
unfold?
the news are that after king a1, computer likes black. And I don't know, is it because like black's attack is now faster and black just have to play kind of normal moves, or maybe there is like some sudden tactical trick that black has to go for. And I'm thinking of your b3 now. Oh, well, knight b6 was played, by the way.
Maybe 6, yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking of your b3, and then, well, not like with some beautiful tactical ideas. I just thought, yeah, if queen takes, maybe rook b8, take b2. And if pawn takes, we say we don't care much about the pawn because it's doubled anyway.
Then
We
take
take
on
the
d2.
bishop and then start doubling on the b file somehow. Yeah, maybe that was Maybe that was one of the options. Black went knight b6 back. Well, the thing is, I'm not sure, let's say, what we think of this kind of endgame. It's not very pleasant. Yeah, I would prefer to keep the queens with white, I guess.
And she took
There's
it.
the potential. Yeah, she went to c2.
Yeah, she went to c2 and queen takes c2.
Queen takes c2, bishop c2.
There's a glitch in the broadcast though. It says queen c3, but
Yeah, again, same thing. We are very unhappy with something like this happens to our PG. And I don't know if you've noticed, but it's very often in Munguntuul's games. We had at least 2 games of Munguntuul, which somewhere around move 15, 20, they would be interrupted, and only after the game is finished, we'd be able to look at it.
Game
and
too.
now, you can see queen c3. Of course, it's not queen c3. It's just some queen c2, queen c7. c3, queen c3, bishop c2. No. That's terrible.
okay.
Anyway, so what happened in reality was queen c2, queen takes c2, and bishop c2.
I think it's potentially rook f8 moving to c8 right now, just to get a tempo,
And
to get the c file.
I think you just go back. I know it doesn't feel great, but what else do? You probably just go back, right?
Yeah, and then just move back, and then bishop c1 then, yeah?
Yeah, and you go here.
Keep the 2 bishops, and let's say a5, a4, something like that.
So kind of still trying to play for an attack. Maybe, but then after e4, now you see that because something that I was mentioning actually comes true, because bishop g5 is the threat, e5 is the threat. I don't know. Maybe you just take here, go knight g4, say knight's good on g4. It's still sharp, despite the queens are traded. We are not very big fans of queens being traded in this position. It looked very promising.
I was just trying to figure out what is the meaning of king a1, because it looks very weird. But probably the idea was, if black didn't play knight b6, of course, you just want to play bishop b1, queen c2.
Okay.
So
you go here, and then you go here, and have some intentions on this diagonal. Could be.
Because otherwise, what else could it be? King a1?
It could be rook d1 as well.
I mean,
rook c1 as well, I just realized. Because before that, knight d2 was a check. Maybe you just want rook c1 and pin the knight, and then queen returns to d1 back. Anyway, now we can only hope that the relay of moves in this game will be fixed, otherwise it's very confusing to have it. So we have to leave this game for now, right?
Yep.
Have to leave this game for now, and we have to check something else.
Koneru Tsolakidou.
Koneru with Tsolakidou, the c... No. Queen d2, c5. Koneru decided to take, go bishop g5, queen e8, bishop c2, and it's c5 again. That's an interesting concept. Bishop c2, of course, you want something like this, right? To kind of pin the black
But you can
pieces.
always unpin yourself, yeah? Queen e6 is there.
There's queen s6. Even I'm not sure how bad is f6.
That too.
If I need to, I would prefer probably not to play f6, but if I need to.
Hang on, e4 is hanging, so...
So for now,
But
bishop
now you
a4 is
cannot
not
do
even
that,
a move, because queen e4, and it's just a pawn. I'm not sure what Humpy's doing with all that.
Yeah, I prefer black's position too.
Now it looks like black's position is really... well, after c5, as long as you don't take on c5, this pawn is not as dangerous, right? Because you have your own pawns, you have, as I've highlighted, you have this e5 break ideas, especially after f4.
Maybe Humpy miscalculated something by taking the pawn, and probably she was thinking she might be able to get the d4, but I doubt it. I doubt that was the case. After c5, d6, bc6, bishop g5, queen e8.
And you can try this, but even even this move. Wait a second.
Like, let's say knight b6, for
yeah,
example.
but there's like
there's also
ugly,
f6.
there's ugly move f6 or h6 attempting to win a bit. Yeah, let's try f6. Because bishop a4, g5, it's, I think it works for black, right? Knight d5, take over here, knight c7, queen d8, you take the rook, black goes bishop b7. Somewhat ugly pawn structure, but a lot of material and a safe king. So yeah, hard to tell, and it's not obvious what is the move white's supposed to play. Maybe still like go knight g3, rook e1, and f4. Try to play f4.
Yeah, if you could get your knight to d5, then it's good. But unfortunately, there is this f6, g5. So not sure. Okay, bishop a4 was just played by
Bishop
Koneru.
a4. So she offers
The pawn.
She offers the pawn.
Okay, so if takes, probably knight
Takes.
g3, yeah?
I guess it's knight g3, you're right.
And then you have to somehow... Oh, that's clever. There's always bishop e7.
So if you go there...
Oh, if you play
The
queen
queen
g4,
is in danger,
yeah,
right?
there might be like h2 rook e1 even, something like that.
Okay, so the computer is very critical and says black is better now.
Oh,
So I guess it's queen b7.
and after
Then
bishop
after
e7?
that, if you'd ask me, I'd say I'm tempted to sacrifice something. Like to go knight e5.
Oh, wait a second. I found a tricky move there. Like,
Here.
yeah, rook e8
Rook e8, bishop d6.
and queen a6. I'm forcing you to capture.
Yeah, fair enough. Like attacking two bishops, but then maybe I take this guy and take this guy. Maybe I'm kind of
And
alive.
take
I'm not
c4.
arguing. Yeah, I'm not arguing black's position is fantastic, but also look. Now let's try my idea, because knight e5, bishop f8, and originally I thought even bishop h3 works,
Interesting.
but it doesn't. Like there is
f4.
Maybe it does.
No,
f4,
there's f4.
Knight takes c4. Where all of that's gonna go?
Okay, so the queen has to
It's
keep
actually
an eye.
not
Yeah?
easy. It has to stay on the second rank.
Queen
and
queen e2. Oh, maybe
D3,
there's d3.
There is d3.
Then queen e4.
D3, and I'd like to go queen e4. Queen e4, knight e4. What's the material? I'm a rook down.
Yeah, we have to count it.
Yeah. But even like I'm not convinced. Even a rook down. Like I go check. King goes and maybe take b2 or take f8. Take b2.
But is
Like
this...
some pawns are moving. Yeah, you don't need this. Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree. You don't need this. But even like the optionality of this line, even the fact that it exists, also suggests that it's kind of good. It has to be a good position for black. And also, I feel like there could be some tricks. Yeah, rook e8. This queen a6. Maybe we don't even need like queen a6. Maybe. But also, yeah, why not? Queen a6 takes c5. Somehow, without the knight, I feel like maybe we don't have like real attacking potential.
But with
Also,
the
yeah,
with the
why
pawn.
not play this position? Queen c4, queen d5.
Queen d5,
Yeah, you're
bishop
absolutely
c6.
right.
Yeah.
Absolutely right. Black is better. Yeah, like why I keep looking for other moves, the explanation is computer's evaluation, because it says minus 1.3 more than a pawn for black, and
Wow.
I'm thinking if it's such a big evaluation,
It
maybe
has
it's
to
more
be
than
this,
know more than this other position, right? This is two. Oh wait, can I go queen e6?
Trying to get c4, yeah?
This one, yeah.
But probably this bishop c6, bishop d5.
Bishop c6, rook b8.
Bishop d5?
Bishop d5, yes, and I am trying to kind of to understand what's that. So now queen g4,
h3.
h3, the queen is trapped, but queen e8,
Rook
rook
e1,
e1, knight e5, f4.
You only have h6 if you want to
Yeah.
trap the bishop, but Yeah.
probably
Doesn't
we
look
are
like
not
it.
very happy. Yeah, probably we are not very happy. So I'm guessing it's queen takes, queen
Yeah,
b7,
it has
and
to be
then
b7.
something.
Yeah.
So this, knight g3, this, bishop b7.
Or also in such a position, can we insert rook b8 instead of taking e4?
To bishop a4, rook b8. Yeah, could be. But then, well, I'm not sure. I thought knight g3, but then white could start with knight g3, right? So there was no point in playing bishop a4 at all. Yeah, maybe bishop a4. Maybe I have to go bishop c6 then. It's kind of saying that everything's pinned. Yeah, rook b8 is playable, but let's first try to be principled. Queen b7, bishop e7. There's also knight b6, bishop takes, and something takes. This could be good as well, in fact. So I have one pawn for the exchange. I'm threatening both the bishop and the c4 pawn.
Okay. This is artificial. Queen a5. Just...
Yeah.
I know, it's just... I mean, there's only one idea,
Yeah,
and of course, if
so
it doesn't
if I
work...
take here,
yes.
you do not take back. Yes, you want the checkmate in one. Right, but... Oh, wait a second. What would be the right way of playing it? It could be that queen a6 is also like good for black. But
Yeah,
even,
no,
even if
queen
I
a5
just
is
like
not a
play
move,
bishop
yeah.
e6. Yeah, but all I'm saying, it could be like a really decent compensation for black. Bishop b3, you know, bishop e6, attack this, go a5, queen a6, who knows? Maybe black is just better despite the fact he's exchanged down. So that's, again, one of the options. Then your line with just like getting pair of bishops and equal number of pawns also looks very attractive. So Stavroula is in a good position. And also they're spending the time more or less equally. Koneru is even somewhat low on the clock, and it's only move 16. So today, I think there will be this round when, you know, they play very slow and then explosive, you know, time trouble in every game, and you don't know what to watch.
It's like round number 4, I guess, something
I
like
think
that.
we had one round
Yeah.
which actually ended very fast. Like it was very slowly
Yes.
played, and then it was a time trouble in every game. And after move 40, pretty much all the games were decided.
Yep. Okay, so I guess we'll give some time for the players to think while we're taking our second break. So yeah, just don't go anywhere because we'll be back after a few minutes.
It's a beautiful sunny day here in Shymkent, Kazakhstan, and it is a rest day at the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. The local organizing committee has planned a lot of exciting activities for our players. Let's see what they are. So this is the felt making station. Ladies, what have you been making?
Well, I've been trying to knit here this mat, which was kind of impossible since I have no skills in that regard.
But you did all of this?
And only a small part. But look, it's so pretty.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. And we can take one at home, which is gonna be great. So yeah, I have to practice more, but it was very nice. And we learned how they make them also with this. I don't know if you can. Yeah, yeah, which is very interesting to know.
And Boyana, let's see yours.
Yes, we had like one part that is, let's say, cut off and that we need to sew it and so on. So it was okay. My mom has taught me how to do it. I think that women, okay, no, don't attack me, but women should know this kind of stuff. So I'm really happy that we are awakening our feminine side.
Munguntuul, what are you making?
I don't know.
We'll see, right? But are you having fun?
Yes, I like it.
And we have a little photo shoot section over here. Ladies, beautiful, by the way. What made you choose these specific outfits?
Well, I like blue and white, so I think it explains itself.
I like red, and I'm wearing a green shirt, so I thought better to wear something over it.
Awesome. Did you take shoots together as well, or just alone?
For now, just together, actually. I will still take pictures alone.
I already had mine, so.
And I heard that they asked you to pose in a certain way. Can you show us how you did that?
Oh my god. I don't know what I'm trying to throw here. Maybe my dreams.
Majestic. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. And that was our activities from yesterday's rest day. It was such a fun day, Miro. We were so sad that you weren't there to be
You're
us.
saying I've missed out on.
You missed out on
this
all
trip,
this. Yes. Yeah. We did the pottery. We also did the knitting. And then after that, they treated us to a very interesting lunch. Yeah.
yeah.
It's a
Yeah,
traditional
traditional food.
Kazakh. Yeah. Did you ever try some horse milk?
No, I don't think so.
Because that's one of the things that we tried yesterday. And also, what about sheep brain?
Oh. Yeah,
We're talking about delicacies now.
right. Yep.
Yep.
Well, you guys witnessed the clip from the rest day. It was indeed, yeah. People looked very happy. So I
Yes,
believe
yes,
it was
we
indeed
all
an
had fun. Yeah.
enjoyable trip. Back to chess, I guess.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Humpy Koneru against Stavroula Tsolakidou. So the pawn on e4. The challenge was accepted. The pawn was taken. Knight g3, queen b7, bishop e7, and knight b6.
Your
Exchange
idea.
sacrifice, yes. Exchange sacrifice.
Which was accepted by Koneru, by the way.
Yeah, okay. She has to take, and Stavroula
Took it with the king.
took it with the king, as I was planning, because after bishop f8 I actually thought maybe you could take with the bishop as well, because it's very likely that you win the pawn immediately. But anyway, king f8, yeah, we are not afraid that much of queen a5. Something will be found. Computer approves it. Thinks black is better. So let's say dubious decision by Koneru to go for it.
Maybe she also didn't expect that it would be an exchange sacrifice here that black is doing. Maybe she would... Yeah, queen b7 is a bit... first of all, after knight g3, queen b7.
Yeah, maybe queen b7 is
was
like a move
not
that
in the calculation,
escapes your attention, right? Because knight b6, yes, it could be strong, but also your line with rook e8, queen a6 would be perfectly fine for black. Okay, knight b6, bishop f8, king f8. We'll see how
And
this
now
unfolds.
bishop a4 is under attack, so...
The bishop on a4 is hanging, and so does the c4 pawn.
Yeah, and it's a bit weird, also a bit awkward if you play bishop b3, yeah?
Yeah, bishop b3, I'm not even sure what the move is, because one of the things you could do, you could even start with a5, intending a4. If white plays a4, then, just look at this bishop. You go bishop e6, and...
Knight moves somewhere, probably, yeah.
Rook here.
Looks pretty ugly.
Who knows, maybe here you move the knight to e5, or you can, I don't know, it's a long way, but maybe you can put it on b4 even.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. Yeah, so does it mean that white has to sacrifice the pawn then? And try to get some compensation? It's hard to see where's the compensation. And bishop b3, by the way, was
Bishop
just
b3,
played.
she does play bishop b3, okay.
And I like
wait.
your move, a5.
She plays a5?
No, she hasn't. But a5 is very straightforward.
a5 with intending a4, yeah, like a nice positional move. Yeah, I thought after...
Could it be a3?
a3...
a4, bishop
a4,
a2.
bishop a2. Yeah, possible as well, but then the c4 pawn is so weak, right?
So
6.
Stavroula waited on a5 and instead she played bishop e6, which is of course another
very
good move.
natural.
Yeah.
However, it drops the variation a lot. So I'm thinking, could it be that something like d5 had to be played? I don't know. That's another version of... I know.
So your
that's
idea
bad.
is
That's
okay.
bad.
Takes
I just
c4.
realized that there is a check
Queen
on
b4.
So yeah. Of course, like if this happens, there's also bishop e4. No, it's wrong on so many levels. The bishop b3. I think a5. Okay, bishop e6. What does white do? What does white do here? Rook c1 or... Yeah, it's hard to tell. I believe black's position is still very pleasant and easy to play. So, even though maybe not as dominant as it could have been after a5. Well, let's check the other games one by one. So we still have two games that develop very slowly. Lagno, Assaubayeva and Divya Deshmukh. So let's check Lagno. Yeah. They pretty much follow the scenario that I've described. Every move takes them 10 minutes to make, and also so far the structure is not defined. Yeah, white played bishop d3, moving the bishop away from the c file.
Yeah, it's still undecided.
Black replied rook f to b8, queen e2, keeping an eye on a6 pawn, knight f8, h3, another kind of prophylactical move. I don't know if you need to cover g4, but just in case. I guess after knight g6 you'll have to move your you'll have to move the knight from d2.
Could it be c4?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Could it be c4?
But there might be some fork, yeah?
There is a capture on e4 in this case. Say knight takes or bishop takes. And if white recaptures everything, then there is d5, dc4, and black should be okay. The trick is, like white plays all of those clever moves because the moment you move the knight to f1, I guess d5 happens. So knight g6, knight f1, and then say d5, e5, knight e4. Maybe you're ready to go c4 though, in this case, because the queen is on e2.
Bishop c6 instead of knight g6.
Yeah, bishop c6. Okay.
So I think her plan is very straightforward as well. You wanna exchange this bishop maybe to b5?
Ah, yeah, you're right. Yeah, bishop b5. Exchange, or let's say provoke provoking c4, is it good?
No, I think it's
maybe you take d4 and then you go bishop b5. Yeah, cd, bishop b5. Okay, one thing to mention, that this is not a great idea. The queen will be trapped in this case. So h3, bishop c6. They will have to speed up inevitably. It's still move 16, Lagno down to 24 minutes, half hour for Bibisara. Right, maybe that's the moment where I take c5. Like takes and knight c4. Because that's a good square for the knight, right? That's a good square for the knight, and then maybe bishop e3, rook b1. But even then, yeah, you get the knight on c4, black puts the bishop on b5, and it's perfectly playable.
Yeah, it is a game for both sides. I'd like to jump to the other game, but let's also update ourselves on the game between Goryachkina versus Paehtz, because there
there's
have been lots of moves there.
Lots of moves happen. We've seen f3 last time, and then rook b1, rook d1, bishop a4, bishop d2. The rooks were traded. King f2, king e3, king d3. Goryachkina means business. She just wants to go to b4, go bishop d1 and win this pawn. So knight d7, I guess king c3. King c3 will be played.
King c3. I'm just trying to find some ideas that black can play in this position. So whenever you play king before bishop d1, so maybe it starts. Black has to start moving the pawns there.
King
like f5,
played,
for example.
Yeah, f5, king b4,
and
I'm guessing.
e4, let's do it.
E4.
But there's bishop g3. That looks a bit... Yeah, and then the bishop g3, the king has to move.
Yeah, bishop g3, and it's already annoying, yeah?
Yeah.
King here. One thing I can do is maybe take there.
And I think bishop takes.
Like if bishop takes... From the experience, I'm feeling like this could be very dangerous for black. Even though black gets the connected passed pawns, but these pawns will run relatively fast. King b5, and then who knows? Because black has f4, g5, f4, but then somehow pawns are not moving any further. Anyway, it is sharp. It is sharp, and I agree that you probably have to start with maybe, you know what, maybe f4 here and maybe sorry, f5 here, maybe f4. Interestingly, because now bishop d1, black has knight c5. You have to cover d3, then e4 happens.
Interesting.
I mean, I don't know what it is, right? If bishop takes...
Yeah, this line is so concrete, yeah? You have to really calculate it.
Bishop takes, knight takes, king a5, and you go, let's say, g5, g4, f3, also very fast, and white has passed pawns.
Yeah.
Very sharp. So, all we know that if black tries to somehow defend passively, it probably won't work.
Yeah.
Right? Because there will be...
Black has to try something on the king side. Just try to distract white's attention. Okay.
So there is that.
There is that, and there is...
Divya Salimova, something that we didn't check for quite a while.
Yep.
Eventually d4 happened, rook a c8, queen b1, knight xe5, knight xe5, queen b6, and white has played e3.
Yeah, I think Divya is just treating this position, you know, very calmly, very solidly. I think she realizes that white still has some initiative with the bishop on g2 especially, but also some a little bit space advantage. So I think you just have to play patiently here. e3, I like this move. Very, you know.
So cd4, I guess bishop takes. That's the plan, right?
And then probably bishop c5.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, well, bishop c5 is possible. Yeah, takes. I thought white could use the pin, but not really. After knight d3, you can take.
Yeah, if you want to use the pin, maybe
right?
b4 is looking more
well,
ambitious.
b4,
yeah, but then rook d4 still
doesn't work.
Yeah, still doesn't work.
b4 takes
the queen.
Takes here. Well, it does work. It
does
work because b7
work,
hangs at the end. And the c pawn becomes very dangerous. Like you're not losing the pawn yet. You can go rook a4, but then the c pawn is like super dangerous. I'm thinking.
Just takes, yeah.
Takes on b7 and don't know, maybe a rook c1. Maybe rook takes b7 as well. Anyway.
Okay, there is that. That's why knight d7 was played. Challenging, yes,
knight d7,
challenging the knight on e5.
Slowly exchange more and more pieces. By the way, yeah, when I suggested cd4, bishop d4, I've originally thought of queen a6, which is, yes, queen is a little bit awkward, but also white doesn't have that many ways of exploiting it, and maybe then we play knight d7. But if an immediate knight d7 works, then there is no reason not to play it. I feel like this will slowly equalize. Feeling is like this will slowly equalize. Yeah, white has some kind of initiative, but it's not that easy to prove. Okay, knight c4 is one thing.
Queen a6 again,
Queen
like
a6,
what you said.
Yeah. And I'm maybe a little bit short of time because d5 would be something that I would like to do.
But there's knight b6.
But there's like knight b6, there is there's b5 also, and I'm probably forced to simplify.
Yeah, b5 looks
b5,
great
yeah,
there.
like knight d2, something starts hanging. Knight
Yeah,
f6, so yeah, unpleasant. Knight d7, okay. Tan Zhongyi with Munguntuul. I think we
have to switch to that, yeah, because
we have to
it's been fixed.
Check this one. Ah, that's nice. So
Yeah,
we
PGN
had a
is fixed,
PGN
yeah.
error somewhere around that point. Queen takes, bishop takes, a5, b3, rook c1, bishop b1. Bishop b1 is an ironic move. knight e8. Went here, they traded a pair of rooks, knight c1. Computer's very happy for white for whatever reason. I guess because of b4 pawn maybe? Like you go knight d3 or something. It says white is significantly better. +1.
So the bishop, yeah, the bishop looks very bad on b1, but it's
for now.
For
yeah,
now, it says it temporarily. Yeah, because once you cover everything, then yeah, the bishop is very strong. I mean, it cannot be challenged with other pieces. So okay,
even taking on a4 is not out of the question, right? Say king b3, rook a3, king b2, and then bishop can go to d3, knight can go... Oh, well, there is knight b3 and then opting for c5 square as well. Rook might actually get stuck on a3. Now it looks active, but imagine knight b3 and rook c1.
but probably
The
knight
is,
d6
knight
comes.
is getting
Yeah.
there. Because
Yeah.
I thought I could take, but in this case
Yeah,
knight c4...
it's a check and then
yeah,
rook
knight
is
c4 is
protected.
defends the rook.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to be honest, this game has turned into something that I didn't predict before, because I thought there would be some fire, Tan Zhongyi attacking the king there, and also Munguntuul attacking the other king over there. But now, since the queens are already off of the board, it's becoming like a technical endgame situation.
Yeah, it's more of a positional play,
Yes.
right? Knight d3, knight c6 already on the board, and yeah, I changed my mind. I don't want to take this one. I want this knight to appear on c4, and instead it could be that I'm playing rook c1 here.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Takes and then takes with the pawn.
Yeah, just take back with
Put the
pawn.
king on b2 and then you have better position.
And just hoping that something is going to hang.
But looks like pretty solid around the back rank, yeah?
Yeah. King b2, and then, yeah, let's say knight d6, for instance. Knight d6 I can already consider taking, right?
Yeah.
And yes, that's what Tan Zhongyi done. Rook c1. And I remember you telling me she's a very practical player, and indeed, look, I mean, well, slowly, what's somewhat better, and also the time situation, 42 minutes against 18.
Yeah, 10 moves to make for Munguntuul in order to get the extra 30 minutes. I don't think it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a time trouble.
For 10 moves and 18 minutes left on the clock. But I mean, it's more like to the position, because I don't see a way to create some counterattack here, because white can just calmly and slowly put all the pieces on the square that she wants, and then suddenly the bishop on b1 will become like a dangerous bishop when it is hitting the d3 square, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Well, better for Tan Zhongyi, and in case she wins, she gets on +2, so once again within the striking distance. It really depends now on Goryachkina Paehtz, because if Goryachkina wins, then, you know, she might have a full point lead going to 3 last rounds. Assaubayeva, for the time being, doesn't look like she has good chances of winning. If Goryachkina doesn't win, that means there will be not one, but more than one player
in the lead,
half a point behind, and then if Bibisara Assaubayeva, if she somehow wins against Lagno with black, she will catch up with Goryachkina. So this is like tremendously important game. This one, knight d7, king to c3, knight c5, king b4, bishop e8, played by Elisabeth Paehtz. Bishop
What's the
e8
idea?
is somewhat surprising. I do not know. Let me be honest, I do not know why bishop e8.
Okay, let's put bishop f2, for example, because that looks very obvious. And where does the knight go?
It's a good question.
Knight b3?
Knight b3, I'm not convinced that c5 is not winning. c5 and then bishop b5 next move.
Yeah.
At least like without much thinking. Maybe I have like a smoother move, like more clever move, but if I don't, bishop c5 takes, looks like I'm gonna grab a4. It's a very good winning chance at the very least. It'll be a pawn up, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So not clear how to react to bishop f2, right? You can give a check and return, but eventually...
King b6.
King b6, yeah. You can give a check again, and maybe... I don't know. Do we go knight king b7, c8, d8?
Yeah, it's a curious case.
Check here, here.
That's
Yeah,
that's
but you
one
know,
I
like king is
celebrate,
too
yeah.
active. Yeah, that's an illustration. The king is too active. Yeah, so maybe that's the way black is planning to kind of set up a defense. Just give a check, king a5, go back. I go to b6, you give a check, and you say, you know what, it's very hard to improve the position for white.
Well, yeah, Elisabeth can hope for the best in this position. I don't think she has much, but hoping for a draw out of this game. And I would like to switch back to the game between Koneru versus Tsolakidou. That's, I think, the most imbalanced position we have out of this round.
Yep.
So we saw the move after bishop e6 there, and then I think after
Rook
bishop
c1,
e6, rook c1,
a5,
yes.
a3, a4, bishop a2, h5. Right, so according, if let's say if I trust the computer evaluation, black lost a part of her advantage. Tsolakidou lost a part of her advantage, but still black is better. And optically, it's such a pleasant position for black. Like, everything is so solid. White's counterplay is very, very limited. It's almost hard to imagine how white's supposed to get, you know, active counterplay. h5, well, she probably wants h4, h3. Right. I wonder what's the answer to f4.
Could it be f5?
Yeah. So that's the biggest question is it f5 or something else? f5, and then maybe rook e1, bishop here, and I would probably hope to go knight h1, f2, and then either d3 or h3 and pretend that I have a fortress. I'm not very ambitious with white here anyway. So maybe just like some way of setting up a fortress so that it'll be harder for black to break through, because otherwise h5, h3, the king is extremely exposed. Also after h5 you have these ideas of getting the king to h7 and then the bishop to h6.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah, looks like still a tough situation. I was looking at the time situation as well. It's pretty equal right now. Both have 23 minutes on the clock. Yeah, it is like the other round where everything starts slowly, and then at some point suddenly everyone is in time trouble.
Yeah. So for Humpy, I think she played, like we could say, she played first rounds very well. She was winning against Tan Zhongyi and just like made it, let her sleep in a time trouble. She won a couple of games, but then somehow after this disastrous loss to Bibisara and the FIDE, now she's like coming back to play, and with the white pieces by move 20 she's in trouble. Yes, is it tiredness? Is it I don't know? Sometimes, you know, your desire to win like also messes with you. So you cannot really play the position which is on the board, but you are always looking for the variations. How do I win? Yeah, how do I avoid draws? That's a very dangerous mindset, speaking from the experience.
Yeah, meanwhile there's also some updates on the game between Lagno versus Assaubayeva. They went to this line that we
after bishop
talk
c6,
about.
white captured c5, went knight c4, knight 6, d7, e5, seizing even more space. Here, bishop to e4. Alright. So if the bishops are coming off, let's say, okay, black's probably not advised, but let's just in case imagine that black takes it. I wanted to make an argument that white should be much better because of like huge space advantage. Like the fact that the pawn is on a5, the fact that the knight is so great, black's bishop on e7 is somewhat silly.
Yeah, you can actually start pushing the pawn h4, h5, something
G3,
like that.
h4, h5, like expanding there. So I'm wondering how black is supposed to play this one. Maybe start some counterplay immediately with like rook b3 and such. I don't know if it's a real counterplay though. Rook b3 if white doesn't give the pawn away, but just plays bishop d2. What's the time situation? 20 minutes for Lagno and 25 for her opponent.
It's 21 actually. Their time situation is also pretty much similar.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so after bishop e4, I think something has to be on that diagonal for black, but a move like queen b7, forcing the matters.
Queen b7.
The idea is, just takes and then just having something against e4, and now probably black can think of doubling the rook.
Yeah, maybe you want rook b5 or rook b3, put the other rook on b8. After queen b7, if I go rook b1.
Now this is the crossroad, yeah? What to do in this position? Probably just go back?
Just go back, yeah. Sacrificing. Well, theoretically, you could think of sacrificing the queen because the bishop is a monster, the light square bishop, but perhaps still not enough. Like, I mean, you would need maybe like if you'd have one more pawn, like rook, a bishop, and a pawn, then maybe that'd be good, but not.
Or probably as well, like what to do after rook b5 here, and just waiting for.
Here, yeah, rook b5. Yeah, maybe you say like you want to trade the bishops, then take it yourself. I'm not exchanging on e4. Yeah. G3, h4 as the potential plan, but then after g3 this is where you can already play queen b7 and force white to trade. It's again one of those games where it is so incredibly intense on the players. Like if you just watch, let's say, the moves, not much is happening, they spend a lot of time and make like some calm moves, but imagine how much they calculate after each move before making each decision.
Exactly.
As I said, like you have to change, you have to take into account various structures that are possible. Now that everything is stable in the center, I think the moves will come a bit quicker. Well, what I see in Salimova's game, there is f7, f6 on the board. So I'm trying to understand what it is. So after knight d7, d takes c5, knight c5 happen, bishop d4 pinning the knight, and black went f7, f6. So the bishop from e8 might actually go to g6.
Is white still better in this position, or it's...
0.2, so, well, slightly, according to the machine. White is slightly better, but...
Could white be in trouble? I think the knight has to move, and then bishop g6 is there, followed by something to do on d3 square.
Yeah, maybe you need to go knight c4
knight
with
c4.
the tempo, and let's say
queen
after
a6.
queen a6...
Now b5 is coming.
b5
I mean, there are two ideas here, b5 or bishop g6.
Yeah, you're right. Like if white just plays some moves, like plays a4, nah, not a3, but say plays a4, after e5 says, you know what, I don't want to trade, I want to go back, then it's not impossible. Bishop g6, you know,
bishop c4,
d3,
bishop c4 as well, or any tactics, with taking the pawn. Yeah.
So I wonder what's the move is. Knight d3, bishop g6. I don't see how it can possibly work for white.
I think it has to be knight c4.
Feels like it has to be
Okay, we
knight
can start
c4.
from there. And after queen a6,
I don't know. I almost want to take on c5 to
And-
be able to go bishop e4,
yeah.
but now it feels like it's still too early. Because
but if white has, I mean, yeah, if white has to do something like that, then maybe. Oh, what about queen e4 here?
hitting this, but e6 is protected, so maybe I can go b5. Yeah. I don't see. What trick do we have? Maybe we don't have.
Maybe I don't have.
Maybe we don't have a trick. Yeah. Like, what we definitely don't want to do is go into knight b2.
Yeah, maybe it's. Yeah, but when white decided to give up the pair of bishop like that, it means something is already going wrong in
Yeah.
white's camp. So, yeah, you're right. I think black is, starting to equalize it, and even making things more dangerous
Yeah,
now.
has some potential. This position has some potential to be kind of flipped around, because black all of a sudden finds some harmony. And in a way, on these two C and D files, it's black now who's better mobilized. Both rooks on the open files, There's also, like, if you don't want to go bishop g6 for whatever reason, maybe white stops bishop g6. Bishop c6 is still on the agenda
Yeah.
to exchange the light square bishops simply. Yeah, I like black's position more and more. Like, yeah, there's absolutely nothing. Well, the only worrisome thing is that she's got 11 minutes only. And it's move 18.
Or maybe the idea now is, what about b4? Maybe that's the critical move in this position.
b4.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense. So now, if white takes here, sorry, if black takes here, white has to capture c5 with the bishop. Bishop takes.
Pawn takes.
Pawn takes. Yeah, and this endgame is actually annoying. Like, if I have to take b1 or c5,
Yeah,
queen
maybe
b7.
b7.
It's equal material, and this damage to pawn structure
But
is
probably still
irreversible.
holdable, yeah? It's,
Yeah, perhaps holdable, like, objectively, if you're a computer, but being short on time and playing something like that, where white will be just, just escaping exchanges with her pieces and trying to create threats to these pawns, it could be very unpleasant, yeah. Yeah, so you're right, yes, b4, of course, is the move you want to play.
And I don't see any move but taking on
Yeah,
e5.
it looks forced, yeah.
Looks forced.
Takes.
Uh,
Maybe here you can think of like queen c7 or something, but...
Okay,
no, wait,
but white
yeah,
can
that's
take with the
stupid.
bishop.
Yeah, bishop takes, yes, of course, bishop takes. No, if pawn takes, that was queen
b1.
b1 and take the bishop.
Yes.
No, just misclicked. Yeah, bishop takes. Here you have to take. Here, either rook c5 or queen b1. Because you can have the same position without the queens. But white rook on b7, I thought would be kind
rook
of
a5
active. Yeah, rook
maybe,
a5.
Yeah, maybe it's
Bishop
just like that.
h3.
It's
Bishop h3, attacking this one. This could be unpleasant still. Rook c1, rook c7, say bishop f7, rook c1, rook a2, rook c7, and it's looks like game over.
yeah. Once you are
This one looks like game over if white kind of gotten all the pieces into attack.
on the 7 rank, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard for black.
Yeah, maybe this is the idea.
Yeah,
So maybe I think it's more holdable when the queen is on the board instead of
maybe
the
you need
rooks.
to keep the queens, not the rooks, right? Okay, so there is.
So I think one thing for sure, if white wants to keep playing for the advantage here, I think it's b4.
Yeah,
Knight c4, queen
b4.
a6, I don't see a follow-up after that.
Yeah, b4 seems to be almost forced, and also the best move in the position. Some moves played in Goryachkina Paehtz. The king went to, hang on a second, knight c5, king b4. bishop e8, and Goryachkina played king a5 immediately without bishop f2. I guess intending to go bishop b4 maybe, king to c6 and bishop to d1.
Very straightforward approach. You just want to take a4, but now f6 was just played, by the way. So what if we take a4 and then see the resulting position?
But it's opposite colors, right? Should be a draw, I'm guessing.
King c5, I guess, yeah?
King c5,
And then king d3.
It's not like it doesn't make a whole lot of a difference. I think you just wait.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, you have to be a bit careful there, because my idea is also to play bishop b4, bishop f8, and bishop g7. So, but it's more, I agree, it's more like a concrete approach. So
so she played f6, right?
Yeah, so if...
Can you go bishop b4 maybe? So that you want to take and... Nah, that's also stupid, right? Because first of all, black is not forced to allow me what I want to do, but also if she does, like goes h5 and I achieve all that, I'm probably losing at the end after king c4 and then f5 e4.
Yeah.
Pawns are running. Yes, yeah, so this is not great. Maybe you're right. Maybe not. The best white has is to take on a4.
Because I don't see a scenario where white can take the pawn without exchanging one of the bishops. And now I think king c5 has to be the move anyway, because after king b4, white can be a bit better there.
You can just do this, I guess, and try to exchange. I don't know. Try to exchange the pawns maybe somehow, or even e4 is theoretically a move, because if you take bishop g6, right? I feel like there's two connected passed pawns, no, not connected, but two passed pawns of white are not far enough from each other, right? So usually you'd like two passed pawns on the opposite sides of the board, so that one pawn the king has to take care of, and the other one helps you to win the bishops. And now, if black, say, does this, for instance, then goes after this pawn, starts provoking trades, should be good enough for a draw, I think. So the big question is, like, does Goryachkina have something, like some way of prolonging the game as is and not simplifying into bishop a4, because the feeling is bishop takes a4 would lead to a draw.
Yep. Okay. Looks like I think we can quickly take the break right now, Miro, because in the few coming minutes later, the players are going to be in time trouble. Yes.
Yeah, so that's our last chance. So very quick 5 minutes break. We will be back to cover the time troubles of round 6. So stay tuned.
我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I've got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨剧中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋活下来了。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能就没有办法能下到加赛。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset. be fully ready physically and mentally and just go there and play good moves. And yeah, I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal and I can play all types of positions and my calculation is usually quite precise and deep.
我的优点比起他来，可能年纪稍微长一点，经验更加丰富一点。然后在棋上面，我可能比较擅长一些子力调动的类型的局面，然后我可能技术处理上比较细腻吧。
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Welcome back, everyone. And as predicted, everyone is rushing with their moves right now. But let's take a look at the game between Tan Zhongyi versus Munguntuul, because out of all the players here, Munguntuul has the least time on the clock, and she has less than 2 minutes to figure out what to do in the next 3 moves before gaining the extra 30 minutes.
Yeah, and last time we've seen it was the position on our analysis board, and it advances as follows. A takes b5, b3, A takes b3, knight f6 provoked the g4. Wow, and black comes up with this idea of playing g7, g6, which he just did. And I'm guessing after pawn takes, the plan is to go king g7 and to take on g6 with the knight. I'm trying to figure out what is the evaluation of this line. So bishop takes g6, knight takes g6, I'm guessing, and then you can attack the knight to see where it goes. Because knight b8, knight is trapped, right? Knight a7, there is bishop d7, and also the knight is kind of cut off from the game. There is knight d3 potentially attacking the b4 pawn, so this looks dangerous.
So probably instead of taking with the knight, could it be just taking with the king, so this doesn't really happen?
To take on g6 with the king,
yeah.
Yes, you could, but then I thought it could be that black loses the b pawn after, say, knight d3 and some bishop b7 or bishop b5 is a threat. And you could think of this, but then none of the pieces is moving. And there could be some zugzwangs. Or not, that's once again, it's hard to tell. But white will probably transfer the king in the center, then maybe go after e4 in one day. Maybe knight has to be on c2, defending d4. Yeah, maybe that's what I had to do. Like put the knight on c2, which let's presume that the same is gonna happen. Then we transfer the king to d3 somehow and go for e4.
Yeah, that looks like a very sound idea.
Yeah, Tan Zhongyi, however, has almost 40 minutes to think of, so she will be the one spending the time. I don't know if white can afford not to take on g6. I'd say if you do the same thing without exchanging on g6. So the pawn on h5 is a weakness, but also it distracts black for quite a while. Yeah, so this could be an idea. So if you go after the pawn, it's already bishop b5 and then bishop e8 bishop e8 if needed. Maybe white wins the pawn this way. And if you go, once again, you go knight d7, there's bishop c8. Again, some annoying move. This is where like a pair of bishops starts to tell, right?
Yeah.
Especially the light square bishop.
To me, it feels like the line you showed, I think white is going to be better regardless what's going to happen, yeah? But in, I was thinking in my logic, since white's rook is better than black's rook, why don't we just not trade it? So let's say in this position, take on g6, king g7, and then put the rook on the back rank, because after rook a8, knight takes g6, and then we play this position.
Yeah, that's also, of course, like better for white with no worries. I just thought like exchanging the rooks in order to be able to win the b pawn. So that was the logic behind me trying to trade the rooks. Because without, let's say, winning the b pawn, it's almost impossible to include the knight into the game. Well, the other plan could be we temporarily retreat the bishop and we want to go knight d3, knight c5, and then we keep the rooks on the board. Yeah, this is also very, very promising line. This is also a very promising line. Yeah. So all in all, it's just like very scary for black, I'm guessing.
What's scary for black now? Yeah, it's scary actually. It's Goryachkina versus Paehtz, because in this type of situation, okay, it looks like black can hold it. Yeah, it looks like black can hold it, right? But there should be some doubt in your mind, like, okay, I'm down a pawn, and white has to pass pawns. Is black really comfortably holding this or not?
I guess you just like trade this guy. Start to trade the pawns. I mean, you try to trade as many as possible. So maybe, let's say, well, g6 is something I don't like, but okay. So what I thought could be the way is just like you start attacking these guys, you force them to go, you go g5, like you try to exchange as many as possible. Let's say something like this happens. And then the way to hold would be just to sit and wait, I'm guessing. And you wait. I mean, you could technically go to b7, but let's say you don't do it. And you wait. I don't see how you lose still. Maybe you do. Maybe the king gets here, the pawn gets... The feeling is it has to be holdable and by a huge margin. Okay, Lizzie went with g6.
Yep.
I know what she's looking for. Maybe that one's also possible. g6, f5, h5, whatever. I still think this is a draw.
Okay, so
Tsolakidou is much better. Okay, that's some news. Well, it actually computer says -2.2, like winning.
yeah, for that evaluation, it's close to winning.
Yeah, this exchange
So-
sacrifice really pays off. After h5, f4 was played.
Okay.
That I thought was possible. f5, rook e1, bishop f7, knight f1. Knight d7, bishop b1, rook b8, rook e2, bishop h6.
Interesting. I think knight f1. I was thinking, why did white do that? Maybe because she was worried of h4, h3, and then the diagonal h1, a8 would be opened.
Yeah, but remember, our guess was that maybe knight has to go here and either d3 or h3 at least have some potential, right? The knight on f1, as it stands, it has like 0 moves.
Or maybe it's planning to go to f3 via h2.
Ah,
So
yeah.
h3, knight h2, knight f3.
Yeah, well, the thing is, if black gets
Yeah,
the knight on e4,
black
how do you hold
faster,
everything? Yeah,
right.
how do you hold everything? Like, if this knight gets to e4, which it inevitably does, it's just terrible. So the only thing for black is to be careful not to allow any counterplay, and also Humpy's getting low on the clock, below 5 minutes now.
Yeah, bishop
Play the
d3.
move, bishop d3. Okay. Bishop d3, protecting this one just in case. So I guess this is where you actually go knight f6. Well, the evaluation drops and drops, so it's even bigger minus. I guess it could be
knight e5 as well.
knight e5, and it's a strange move because I do not threaten to take on d3 necessarily, but also it's very hard for white to unpin. Like, look, you cannot unpin the queen because when you move the queen, the pawn's falling. You cannot defend the pawn preventively because knight d3. It's almost impossible to unpin. Yeah, and moving the bishop means c4. So knight e5 pretty much puts whites in some sort of a zugzwang here. Not to mention that maybe the simple exchange on d3 is not bad.
Yeah,
for black.
and she just did it. Knight e5 is on the board.
She played knight e5. Knight e5 also makes finding the next move for Humpy Koneru very hard. d5. Oh wait, you also have this idea as h5, h4, h3. So white will have to play f3 at some point. h3 at some point.
My idea is after knight e5, you know, if I were black, I'd like to play king g7. Do you know what is the idea?
Tell me.
Queen takes b2.
Queen b2.
Takes everything, and knight d3.
And to take on d3.
Yeah, because otherwise there is a check on b8.
Yeah, like that's h3, and now if you do it immediately, and you take d3, there's a check on b8.
Although still,
After which, yeah, black is probably still
Yeah,
better
probably.
because this one's
Everybody-
hanging. Rook
yeah.
c2, bishop f4. Black has like bajillion pawns, and also the knight's not great, but it's two exchanges, you know.
yes.
So it's better if we start by going king g7, and then if white still waits for it somehow, then this is where we go takes and takes and takes everything.
This is just one
95
idea.
Yeah, 95 was met with rook to e1.
Okay.
Oops. Wait a second. Yeah, let me return to reality. Rook e95 and rook e1. Here, once again, you can play king g7. Wait, you can take c4 as well. So that's already quite a desperate measure, because black can simply take c4.
I like queen b3.
Queen b3, hitting this. I guess rook e5 is what
Probably
white wants for.
that's Koneru's idea, to give back the exchange, but
It's still bad, right? Rook
Should be.
e5. Because this one's gonna hang.
B2 is hanging
queen
too.
b2,
c4 is hanging.
queen b2, and f4 and everything. c1, but what's the cleanest
Yeah, what's the
way?
cleanest way here? It looks like
Because
everything
94
wins.
is also very attractive, I would argue. Queen b2. Oh, wait a second. There's also, it's a very cynical way, but like to win this pawn, and then c4 is so weak that, like, say, next move I'd play something like queen b3, trade the queens. This one's also seems winning, at least, right? This one seems winning. So it's a huge choice, in fact. It's a huge choice for black, which move to go for. And yeah, that's a pleasant choice as well.
Yeah, so Koneru is really in trouble then. I mean, not only on the position, but also in the time situation. And yeah, as you mentioned here, in this position, Tsolakidou has a few comfortable ideas or variations that she can just choose one of them, yeah, and then still enjoying the good position. And I think the game that has already kind of clarified a little bit is Divya versus Salimova, because there's been a huge trades move after move.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, and then now we have this this structure that we were talking about. After f6, white played b4, and almost by force we've reached this position. Rook takes, rook b7, rook a5, bishop h3, rook a6. And rook a6 was clever, because black doesn't want to have the bishop on f7, wants it more active. Rook c1, king f8, rook b2. And according to the evaluation bar, this one is equal. So black apparently has some way of setting up his pieces. Oh, well, bishop c6 I thought, but then you take maybe bishop g6. So eventually I want to get the bishop to d5. That was the point of my play. I thought to get the bishop on d5, maybe even go e4 after that.
Also, what happened after bishop h5, for example?
Bishop h5 to f3.
Yeah, also,
maybe
I want to trade, yes. And then once it is traded, there is no more attack on the 7 rank.
Yeah. And we have an active rook
Yeah.
to press on a2. Yeah, bishop h5 also works, it seems. Bishop g6 played
Also
by
works,
Salimova.
I guess.
Yeah, played by Salimova. So the question is, right, white has some difficulties like
With the
finding
king.
a safe place for the king, because like I wouldn't mind going rook c5 here, but then I guess a check could be or even bishop e4 immediately, maybe threatening some.
Yeah. Bishop g4 is on the board.
Bishop g4, a clever move, guarding d1. But then again, maybe go bishop e4, bishop d5, and just
Yeah. So this should be just
equal.
equal,
Yeah,
and
it feels like Black has to hold
Looks
it.
like it's just gonna be, well, if both players play well, then it should be just drawn. Let's go to Lagno Assaubayeva. Yeah, we've left
moved
it.
29, and a pleasant position for Lagno. So she managed to get a lot of space on the queen side after this bishop c6. The bishops were traded at some point. And when it went for this idea that we were mentioning, g3 and expanding on the king side with h4, moving the h-pawn forward, bishop f4, black goes f5, rook d1, rook b3, rook c1, and knight back to d2. So black pieces do not have that many squares. So the rook has to drop back on the b file to b7
Or b5.
or b5.
But also, even though it looks nice for white, but also what is the idea for the next moves?
Could be g4.
G4.
I don't know. It's very brave. It's not something that you do like easily, but g4, pawn takes, queen takes. Let's pretend that this happens, and maybe I have like king h2, rook g1 ideas to play for an attack. So that's one thing.
Yeah,
and
g4
the other
looks
one
nice.
could be, I don't know,
Oh,
maybe
king
even
h2.
the endgame. The endgame is she plays king h2.
Yeah, rook b5,
Yeah,
king
that's
h2.
great. That's great because
maybe preparing for rook g1 as well, maybe, yeah?
Right. Maybe you keep the queen on e2. Maybe you go rook g1, you go g4, you take with the rook on g4, bring the other rook. Okay, it's a slowish plan, but if we assume that black doesn't have a counterplay, then why not?
No, yeah, this is looking
It's
dangerous.
very dangerous, yeah.
Yeah.
It is very dangerous. And if you say take on a5, white might just not react at all. Just bring the rook to g1 and go g4 next move.
Also, I think you can just take knight c4.
You can take, put the
rook
other knight on
d6,
c4,
yeah.
d6, and some moves with Stampede, then double on the d file. Yeah, it's a dangerous position for Assaubayeva. Well, a couple of games, well, technically one game reached the time control, Tan Zhongyi and Munguntuul, and Goryachkina's game on move 39. So
Yeah, let's go back to Humpy's game, because there's been some trades on e5. So
Queen b3
I mentioned
happened.
Queen b3 and then Rook e5,
Yeah, rook takes
and it actually
e5.
happened. So
Pawn takes, rook takes. Yeah.
okay, what is the cleanest way to win in this position?
This should be completely winning.
One idea is Queen b2, and she did it. Queen takes b2 is
Queen
on
takes
board.
b2, plain and simple. Now, white, I guess, has to take it.
If takes,
Maybe you don't need to take. The queen is defended on it. Yeah, I thought if like takes and takes c5, then it's
bishop f4, yeah?
bishop f4, rook b3 is another one. Yeah, but one cannot resist taking the f4 pawn. It's very important. Yeah, so after rook e5, queen b2, maybe defend the f4 pawn, like go g3. But then black isn't even forced to trade anything.
You can play Rook b3, for example.
Rook b3. You can
take
take
a3,
on
yes.
a3, and you're 2 pawns up, and the rook is coming to b2. No, that's completely dominant. Black is winning. The queen is on b2
Ooh, Queen
already.
a5.
Queen a5. Yes,
Oh,
Humpy is going for desperate counterattack, trying to somehow to achieve the situation where black pieces are actually getting somewhat stuck, but I doubt that it's gonna work.
Okay, let's see a few lines. Bishop takes f4.
Bishop f4 or queen a3. So you have two very attractive moves. Let's start with
Bishop
f4.
Queen c5 looks
Queen
like
c5
the move.
check. King
g8,
maybe.
yeah, I think so.
So that d4 is like if we drop d4, it's taken without a check, and I'm
Let's
guessing
Rook e7,
rook
yes.
e7 and trying to sacrifice, trying to get to the king. Yeah, still not, let's say not 100%. It is 100% sure black is winning. Yeah.
Queen b6 is there,
Queen
yeah,
b6
if you want
back, or queen c3.
to. Be honest, after Queen b6, where do you go? The queen will be traded on the next move, right?
Yeah, queen b6 ensures the queen's trade, which is probably end of the game. Yeah, anything goes, it seems like.
Oh, even Queen C1 with the Bishop E3. Oh no, I thought it was clever, but
you can also take A3, I guess. You can also take A3, so that because also D3 is hanging. Yeah. So what happens? Queen C7 maybe attack the rook, and then we go rook E8, and this also looks like it. Rook takes, bishop takes. There isn't a perpetual, right? So two bishops defend the king, and then black wins by moving the queen and pushing the a pawn forward. Yeah, so the pieces are too far. Right, so Stavroula is winning. Just has to be a little bit careful.
And also Bibisara has to be careful. Rook G1 is on the board.
Yeah, in Bibisara's game, Lagno continues with her plan. So bishop a5 was played.
Yep.
G4, no hesitation. Bishop d8 and rook g1. According to the machine, this is completely winning for white now. So apparently this attack simply reaches its goal.
Yeah, lots of ideas there. Knight d6 is one. I mean, this is a saving for Kateryna, just in case anything doesn't work. At least there's knight d6. But of course, the attack on the g file is very imminent.
Yeah, so just double on the g file,
Right.
and I just highlighted these three guys, two rooks and the queen, have difficulties defending the king. It's like, you know, left aside on the other side of the board. And white couldn't care less if it's like an extra pawn or two, whatever, because the most valuable target is attacked.
This reminds me of last night I gave a lesson to my student, and I chose a theme that how to restrict the opponent's pieces, and then where to play after that. And then, of course, after you restrict your opponent's pieces on one side, you have to play on the opposite side. So this is actually the example for it, because all the pieces are on the queen side, and you just simply attack on the opposite side where all those pieces cannot really participate into the defense.
You're opening the second front, and this is how you win. I think Bibisara made the move, and I don't see
it's knight b6.
Knight to b6. Okay, trying to trade the knight now. Naturally, like, I really want to play knight d6, not to exchange, but maybe I don't have to, because knight d5 will be there, rook b2, maybe I just keep the knight here and take on f5.
Yeah, there's so many ideas here. First, okay, it's not necessary, but there's also bishop h6 maybe. It's just one idea. Of course, gf, it's the first move that comes to our minds, of course, and probably it's just it.
Yeah, knight d6.
Knight d6 as well. Yeah. Yeah, Bibisara is really in trouble, and she has less than 4 minutes left.
On the other hand, if we recall round 1, where Lagno was completely winning against Goryachkina.
Right.
The evaluation was very similar, and the time on the clock was very similar. So all I'm saying, until it's over, it's not over. Right. We do now. Goryachkina has, sorry, not Goryachkina, but Lagno has a winning position. Right. But
until the
still,
score sheet is signed,
still has to show precision. Speaking of Goryachkina, move 39. I do not like what Elisabeth Paehtz done with her position, but I think it still has to be a draw. So my idea was that you go g5 and then somehow promote e4, so you are guaranteed to exchange one more pairs of pawns. So now, like, white kept 2 kingside pawns on a board. So now let's imagine bishop goes to e3. Somehow the pawn gets all the way to a7. Maybe the king then runs to like g7, and who knows? Maybe somehow white will be able to win. Still unlikely. Bishop e3, bishop a6, and this is move 40.
Okay.
This is move 40, so we can leave this game for a long while and just concentrate on those which are in progress right now.
Oh, Divya versus Salimova. Divya, I mean, Salimova is about a minute left on the clock right now and still has to make 9 more moves.
Well, move 31, so she has to really speed up. She's doing the right thing, though, it seems. e4, king to d6, and now I guess if the rook drops on the c file, you can go rook c7. Trying to exchange the rooks. The bishop is great. Kind of participates in a attacking against the king if needed. Also defends one of the weak pawns. I think, yeah, nicely played by Salimova.
So I think she wouldn't have any trouble in playing the next 9 moves with under a minute, yeah?
Yeah, should be relatively easy. I guess rook c8 is the most ambitious and kind of trying to, after rook c7, trying to keep the rook, maybe go after one of the pawns like rook e8 or something. Because now the king is safe on h2. Right. Oh, e6 is attacked. Can, I guess,
yeah, bishop
you
c4.
Can get bishop c4 actually. If you get the bishop on d5, king on e5, the king will be super safe.
And then
A2, maybe you win the a2 pawn.
Still has to be careful.
Right, so white's... but this is pattern I've seen not once and not twice. Bishops and rooks, endgame. And you think you have a good bishop, and then you understand my good bishop, that means pawns are on different colors, so I cannot defend them. Right, and then your opponent slowly kind of picks up all of the pawns.
Oh, by the way, let's quickly jump to Koneru versus Tsolakidou, because we might be seeing the end of this game. We talk about this after queen b6, and the queen will be traded
queen
off
a5,
anyway.
Queen takes, bishop check, king g8, rook e7,
and queen b6. Yeah.
That's the line I think you wanted to play.
Yes.
And that's a good line. Yeah. Queen b6. What to do for white?
Yeah, because after this, after the queens are off the board, I mean, there's nothing else to play.
Yeah, like zero counterplay left, right?
a3 will fall, c4 as well, d4 might be promoting.
Like if you exchange here, you do not have any resources against rook b3, right? If you don't take on b6, what do you even do? Because I thought queen b5 could be kind of an idea, but then, you know, queen
then move queen somewhere else,
actually.
and then yeah, the rook hangs there.
Queen d6, rook b7, you trade b7, you still take a3 and 2 pawns up and 2 passed pawns and the knight on f1, everything in white's favor. So
and Humpy doesn't have much time on the clock. Like after queen b6, 40 seconds left.
Yeah, but even if she had.
So I mean, she's gonna play a move, and she just did queen b5.
Oh, she does play queen b5. So now, I guess moving the queen to d6 should win relatively easy. At least I don't see what you do. Oh well, you have queen d7 though. You have queen d7, and then white would still hang in there for a little while. Maybe there is a better move after queen b5. So what you don't want to do, I don't think you want to trade on b5.
There's also queen f6, and then your king is pretty safe, and you can move your rook.
And maybe you say, you know what, maybe I'm attacking, right? And you go rook e8, and then, yeah.
But that might not be the cleanest way to win, yeah? But what else?
Yeah, to be honest, I think here maybe we had like something better. It's not necessarily the strong, but still, like if you check the computer evaluation, it's a huge minus. So black is completely winning.
And sorry again for jumping, but this is getting too interesting to be missed. Lagno Assaubayeva. It's
yeah, Lagno once again developed a very strong attack on Assaubayeva's position. Exchanges on f5, goes knight d6, and Bibisara understands there is no time to move this rook from b5. The king's simply gonna get checkmated, so she comes up with knight to e6, attacking the bishop.
And bishop also takes h6.
Yes, bishop takes h6.
King h7.
Now f5's hanging, b5's hanging, king h7 is played.
And Lagno just did queen d3.
Queen to d3.
It's almost...
Great move. Great move.
No
Attacking
defense.
F5. Now
Queen
there is no
F5.
defense. The evaluation is skyrocketing. +8.
Wow.
F5 falls with a check, and Black King is about to be checkmated.
And there you go. Bibisara resigned.
Bibisara
Yeah.
resigns after Queen D3. So very important first victory.
Yeah, for Kateryna.
Lagno.
Exactly. Yeah. What a comeback by Kateryna, because she has been having such a tough tournament. Yeah, and turns out after the rest day, it is getting better for her. And then this is a very important win for Kateryna to be back into the tournament leaderboard.
Yep. So Bibisara loses. That means if Goryachkina makes a draw,
It's 1 point
she's still
difference.
she's still very comfortably in the lead. Tan Zhongyi will get closer, very likely, if she wins. Like Koneru doesn't win this one, and who else was in a tie?
Yeah, well, there's Divya in the middle there.
Yeah.
Oh.
There was someone else in a tie. It was oh no, was
It
it
was-
Koneru and Tan Zhongyi?
Yeah,
two
Koneru,
players.
Tan Zhongyi, and
No, there were two
then
players.
Tsolakidou.
Tsolakidou is
Yeah.
also on +1.
Yeah.
So that means Tsolakidou is going to be on +2. Wait a second. Yeah, Queen D6, Rook B7. Then you trade on B7 and you take A3. And Tsolakidou is winning.
And yeah, Queen B7 is already on the board. She's taking the pawn on A3 right now.
Yeah. That's what move.
38.
I think, this game will end the moment they reach the time control, I think. Yeah, move 38 for black. So
Yep.
2 more moves to play with 6 minutes and absolutely dominant position.
Yeah.
It's
Let's
very
stay
hard
here
to
for a bit.
blunder even.
Yeah, I agree with you. So, wow, if Koneru loses this one, it's 2 losses back
Yeah,
to
it's
back.
2 losses in a row and also 3 days in between, so it has just the tournament fate turns for Humpy Koneru. She'll be back to 50% with 2 wins, 2 losses.
Yeah. And what was the move? Bishop C2.
Bishop to C2.
Okay, the one idea is Bishop E3. I don't know whether, because after Bishop E3, I think the Bishop on C2 will lose. Bishop.
Well, I guess like pretty much anything wins. D3.
D3 also wins, yeah.
D3. I guess the point is that
Queen A8
Queen
and then
check.
takes A4.
King goes to H7 or G7, not so important. And now if Queen takes, there is Queen C5 check. If Bishop takes, then okay, there should be many ways to win, but one of them once again is Queen C5 check, and then just like put the Queen here. Yes, A4 is like everything. The pawn gets to D2. We shouldn't really analyze this one. Bishop C2. So 2 more moves to reach the time control.
Interesting turns of events, actually, yeah. Or how the leadership has changed from time to time. But also, it's very important for Goryachkina that, if I'm not mistaken, she already played Tsolakidou. So it's also important to have played your closer rivals because
Yeah, so she cannot kind of lose the direct
yeah, so she cannot
encounter,
lose in
right?
tiebreak, yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, apart from D3, so many moves, yeah. Even a move like King G7 might also work.
Yeah, it's good enough.
But I like Queen C1. My idea is to play Bishop E3.
Yeah, Queen C1 is brilliant. Yeah, that just like somehow forgotten it exists. Yeah, it wins on the spot. Queen C1, yes, of course.
But she pushed the pawn.
She pushed
Yeah, which is
pushes the
also
pawn.
good.
I think Queen C1 was the stronger move, honestly. It's not like D3 doesn't win, but
Yeah, it's
30.
the position is just so winning for Tsolakidou. Even she can afford any single move here, like King G7, even H4.
Yeah, if
But
you
of
want
course-
to be like especially cynical after this check, you can block. Because yeah, like taking on A4 loses a piece. If you trade and take an A4, it's still like Bishop C4, D2, 2 pawns. But that like prolongs the game unnecessary, and instead you have to like calculate a couple lines and just win.
Yeah, I think this is it. I mean, Koneru might play one more move, but then once they are reaching the time control, like what you said, it is over.
Yeah, it looks like it's over.
20 seconds, actually, no, 10 seconds left for Koneru to play the last move.
Yeah, okay, she plays a check, of course.
Yeah.
She plays a check.
I think King G7 will come handy, and
Bishop A4. There's also D2, which, and you're threatening D1, I guess.
any move. Queen A1 is there, Queen C1 is there, Queen C5 is there.
Good. Yeah, Queen A1's good.
Yeah, Bishop E3 is coming, D2 is coming after that. Anything. Yeah. Wow, Tsolakidou has been having such a great run. King G7, by the way, just played.
G7. So she lost to Goryachkina, but she that's her third win. If she, I mean, not if even, but when she wins this one.
Bishop D1.
King goes here, Bishop D1, and then of course, I guess you give a check, and after King H1, again Queen F2 is good, A3 is not bad. Just keep the pawn alive. Yeah, totally over. That means the only game which is still in a time trouble is Divya Salimova, which is on move 37.
But that looks very, very equalish. Has been for quite some time.
Yeah. Despite these weaknesses, I just realized that Black probably can even trade the rooks. If, let's say, the rooks exchange is offered, because you'll play G5, you cut off the king, right?
And I think we have a resignation by Koneru in the game against Tsolakidou, and therefore, wow, it's a surprising result. I mean, the way how the game played itself, also Koneru might have missed this idea with Queen B7.
Yeah,
perhaps.
I still can't explain, to be honest, what happened. Let's say from here, where it's like position right after the opening, very complex, and 5 moves later, when she went for this Bishop A4, I guess underestimating how dangerous the whole thing is, and especially the exchange sacrifice, which proved to be very strong, and White pretty much never had a chance.
Overall, it's a very good game by Tsolakidou, and tomorrow she's gonna playing against Lagno. So 2 winners from today's games will be playing against each other tomorrow. But let's quickly switch to Divya versus Salimova, because this is the only game that hasn't reached the time control yet.
Move 38. And like
39 right now.
The deviation doesn't really change.
Yeah, what was your last move there?
I have A5, and then
Rook B7, F5, Bishop B3, Bishop E2.
Bishop B3 and Bishop E2. Bishop E2.
White also cannot get mated, I guess, yeah? I mean, even though there's Bishop F3, Rook C1 idea, but there's always a way to get out of these checks.
Yeah, there's like a perpetual check, but not a checkmate, it seems, right?
So let's say Rook C1 now.
Yeah, wait, so here... I don't like King G3, by the way. Maybe you just go G5.
Yeah, G5 looks more straightforward.
G5 takes. The question is, what do you do with black? Or maybe you just take.
Takes is just a draw over, maybe. Rook G7
yeah,
check?
Rook G7, King F5, we assume it's a draw. Rook B5 if white... Rook B5,
Bishop
B5. Yeah. I wanted to say that this is too ambitious, because black might be checkmating the white king, but even easier is to just take the rook. So Bishop B5 is... Yeah, Bishop B2. So last move to play for white, same for black before the time control.
25 seconds left, and she played King G3.
King to G3, okay.
Okay, it's
After
Salimova's
king
turn.
g3,
40th move right now. She can play anything.
can she go g5?
G5 looks very natural, eh? You just keep the king cage. Yes, and G5 is on the board.
g5's on the board.
Now Divya will think for some time because they just
Rook
reached
c1
move 40.
is a threat. Rook c1 is a threat. Guess you'll have to exchange over there. at
There
some
is
point.
actually Rook H7
Yeah, but now there is still king g6.
and then
right?
King Rook E7. This is I just want to
yeah, like
repeat the moves like that.
repetition. Yeah, fair enough. Now, if white wants a repetition, white does not risk much, so that's okay. Check the games which we did not check for quite a while. Tan Zhongyi
Yes, let's go
game
there.
and Goryachkina game. So Tan Zhongyi with Munguntuul. Remember, g6 is what we've seen. Hg6, king g7, f4 was played. Knight takes an f5. Okay. Knight back, takes on e6, knight takes e6, bishop f5, knight c7, knight goes to d3, bishop e1, bishop f2. What does she want?
Just hovering around, I guess.
Yeah, like maybe e4 one day, but yeah, so now the knight gets to c5, maybe you bring the king to d3 then, and then eventually go for e4. Okay, now you're threatening a check as well.
Yeah. So knight has to go back to c7.
Or maybe you take it?
Is it 2 bishops against 2 knights?
Yeah. I'm not very happy with this one, but who knows? Let's say rook b7.
Rook a6 coming.
Rook a6.
Doesn't.
Say rook c7.
Rook b6.
Yeah, then bishop from g3.
Oh,
this
so
is-
bishop g3 here.
This is
Oh, knight c3.
as unpleasant as it gets. Knight to c3. Ah, yeah, right. So you defend the pawn on d5 from c3, not from c7.
And be careful with the rook if the rook goes to
Yeah,
a8.
if you want to exchange, that's not the perfect timing.
No,
for it.
what I meant also rook a8 because there is knight d1.
Ah, yeah. You actually can't move this rook from the first rank at all. Yeah, maybe you have to go back to e1. By the way, so computer gives just a slight plus to white,
So
and I think the time that Munguntuul has on her clock is the second time control. Right, 17 minutes till
Yep.
the end of the game, not counting the 30 seconds increment. So there is that. Then there is Goryachkina Paehtz, where, well, not much has changed. So Elisabeth keeps this bishop on the long diagonal, where it stops both pawns and also defends the e4 pawn.
So white is just trying to get to the e5 square with the king, and black should
Ideally somewhere here, right?
and black should at all costs prevent that to happen. Okay, I think this is going to be a long game.
Yeah,
with
it's
this.
probably a draw, but if white finds a way to somehow trick black and try to play on, who knows? Wait a second, what is this? What is this time on the clock? Here I'm a bit confused. I think, could it be that the time is still not added?
No,
to
it's still not
Elisabeth's
added.
clock?
Yeah, because the DGT clock that they have right now, it has to reach 00 first before adding another
Yeah,
30
wait,
minutes.
But didn't Goryachkina reach the... now I'm confused. I think that's still kind of lagging, this one. For Tan Munguntuul, I'm almost sure that that's the actual time display that is correct. For Goryachkina Paehtz, it might be tricky. And again, Divya Salimova after g5, there is no move from Divya, but they've already reached the time control.
So let's give the players some time to think then, because they already gained 30 minutes on the clock, and yeah.
So we have two results.
We have two decisive results for this round so far.
And 3 games still in progress, all of them in the end games, and respectively, kind of Divya against Salimova, it's absolutely equal.
Yep.
It's pretty much a draw. Then Goryachkina is trying, but we believe it's a draw with the precise play. A Tan Zhongyi, we don't really know.
It's still a bit
She's
complicated.
better. Yeah, she might win.
So yeah, just stay tuned with us. Yeah, we'll take a short break and then we'll come back after that. So see you
so
soon.
that'll be our last break today, and then we will stay till the end of this round 6.
我的心情应该说非常的激动，但从外表看起来比较平静，但是内心早已波涛汹涌。后来去休息室也大哭了一场，就是情绪很难用语言来形容吧，一种如释重负的感觉。
I've been thinking about it since the time I started playing chess, so it's nothing different to me. The match in itself is something that I've always wanted to be playing, and now that I've got the chance, I'm grateful for the opportunity.
我记得最后一盘棋，我就是在一个少一兵的撤兵惨局中，也是费尽千辛万苦把这盘棋夺下来了。如果没有顽强的意志，我可能就没有办法能下到加赛。
The main approach is to go to every game in the right mindset. Be fully ready physically and mentally, and just go there and play good moves. And yeah, I'm going to try my best. In general, I'm very universal, and I can play all types of positions, and my calculation is usually quite precise and deep.
我的优点比起他来，可能年纪稍微长一点，经验更加丰富一点。然后在棋上面，我可能比较擅长一些子力调动的类型的局面，然后我可能技术处理上比较细腻吧。
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Two games already finished in this round 6 of the Women Grand Prix in Shymkent, Kazakhstan. And 3 other games are still going on. And I think, and we predicted, that 2 of the games that are still remaining will be finishing with a draw. And one of them is Divya versus Salimova. Let's take a look.
Yeah, I think we had this line right after they finished the time control, because we were not sure, let's say, what to expect, and looking to find some ground, we mentioned that rook h7 attacking the h6 pawn, king g6, rook e7 attacking the e pawn is probably a draw, and
Yes.
that seems to
be the
happen
case,
on the
yeah?
board. Yeah. So apparently white doesn't have the way to fight for advantage, and therefore, at least now it looks like Divya is taking the opportunity to repeat. And also for black, it's impossible to deviate, because otherwise you drop one of the important pawns with a check. So therefore I think that's exactly the way how the game's going to finish. King f6, rook h7, king g6. Let's see. Salimova still spends some time, so I wonder if she...
No, she already played.
No, she did play king f6, right?
Yeah,
So
now it's Divya's turn.
Back to Divya being to move.
I was trying to remind myself of Divya's performance in this tournament.
That's a 50%.
Yeah,
I
50%,
think.
and she's been... I think it is an okay performance. I mean, it is a good performance, of course, but I think she also regretted her loss against Goryachkina. Otherwise, it could have been a much better tournament for her.
So, and what's for Tsolakidou? She's on +2, or after today's win?
After today's win, yeah, I think she's on +2.
She only lost to Goryachkina, right?
So
and
I think
the games she won.
I think she's on the clear second then. Oh, okay, depends on Tan Zhongyi's game, of course.
Yeah, so we assume Goryachkina will also make a draw, and then if, like Tsolakidou on +2, and then if Tan wins, she's also going to be on +2. Bibisara Assaubayeva losing today drops back a little bit from the race.
Yep. And by the way, King G6 is already played now.
Yeah.
And Rook A7.
Rook A7. No,
okay.
Divya, of course, yeah. I felt like she was still
just teasing.
trying to continue the game, and well, there's still not much to be done if Black wants a draw. Like, one way to achieve a draw would be go to c1, and then doesn't matter what pawn white takes, it's either e6 or a5. Let's say white takes on a6, you go bishop f3 first.
Hang on, there is also, you have to take this, otherwise, okay, there is one idea of rook f7, h5, but white doesn't really have time to do everything
so
at once.
The next move is like check, 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 check. It's a perpetual. Yeah, well, now actually if you go rook f7, then you are the one getting checkmate. Ah, no, it's not a checkmate.
Still
it's
king f.
Check king f4, but yeah, you probably...
Yeah,
I don't know if any of them has to get involved in this. Yeah, I think it's much easier for Black just to go with the perpetual check after rook a7.
So this could take some time, right? And
yeah, it looks like. So we can check other two games.
Yes, let's go to Goryachkina first, because I don't think we'll take so much time analyzing that.
This looks like just a fortress, to be honest. So after, I don't remember what was the last time we've seen the position, something like that. And then Black just keeps the bishop on long diagonal, edge g5. And seriously, like, if you just move the bishop, let's say you allow a6, so just move the bishop, a pawn appears on a6, what's then?
King c5.
Yeah, but you still just like stand here.
Wait,
I don't see.
What do you... okay, just be there.
Well, my argument is pretty much like you don't need the e3 pawn, let's say. You go e3, bishop e3, and it's still a fortress.
Yeah.
Well, that's the feeling at least.
Okay, then let's move to Tan Zhongyi versus Munguntuul, because this, out of all the games that's still in progress right now, it's still it is the most complicated one.
Yeah, it's a lot of pieces on the board. I think we've seen knight c3. That was the last time we've seen the position. Knight c3, knight to d7, rook to a6, attacking two pieces at once.
Interesting.
Rook here, but let's not forget there is also the threat of knight d1. So white has to put the bishop on g1. Bishop g3. Now the bishop is arrested on g1, and knight e2 is an actual threat. Knight c5 and knight d8.
Okay, and why didn't
she play knight e2? Maybe knight e6 was a problem. Knight e6, attack the rook.
And then
if rook
g5
c8,
comes,
knight g5.
Also, you can take on. Oh, maybe not. Take on c6, knight d8, knight c6, but you're not winning anything out of that. Yeah. Yeah. This is knight g5. Is
Anyway, knight d8 is a solid move,
Yeah.
so now white has to take care of this bishop. So I'm guessing back to d3 she goes. We'll see. Well, theoretically there is rook a8, but I don't know what it does. Rook a8. Now I assume if you go after this bishop, white will take some material. So
But there's knight b7.
knight b7, trying to exchange the knights, and then maybe
And now knight e2.
a6.
And now knight
But I
e2.
attack the rook.
Oh,
right?
sorry, the rook is hanging.
Rook e7, I was thinking. Knight b4, knight e2, and knight d5. And it's
Oh, then I
probably
was trying.
white's probably winning.
No, I was trying to make a draw actually. What about knight d1?
Here.
No, instead of the rook was on c7, the knight was on a6.
Knight d1. Here.
Check
But
again.
I'll go to c2. Because discovered check is not that scary. And if you go rook c6, again, knight b4 attacks the rook. Right, so
Yeah.
maybe this way black only helps white, because the king will get to d3. I still feel like in a practical game it's hard for black to hold. It's very unlikely that this idea knight e2, knight g1 will ever be in time, will ever be dangerous, but we'll see. What's important, Munguntuul is getting low on time once again. It's 9 minutes only.
Yeah.
And that's a final time trouble.
So you were saying after knight d8, rook a8, yeah?
Yeah, rook a8, that's what I was thinking, to disturb this knight. But maybe you can go king e7. Then I don't know how I make any progress. Maybe still by going knight a6 and taking b4. Tricky.
And if, for example, after rook a8, the knight just go back to c6?
When we attacked the knight back to c6, and what was the plan? I don't remember. Knight a6 doesn't do anything. Yeah, maybe that's the best move, in fact. Maybe that's the best move. Because the bishop is in trouble.
Okay, so that's why I think Tan Zhongyi has been thinking quite a long time here after knight d8, because she's also trying to find what is the cleanest win for white in this position. Looks like all the pieces are good for white, yeah?
Maybe get the king to d3, but you have to watch out for knight e2, right? Because, for instance, king c2, and if, let's say, knight e2, king d3, and we exchange somehow, that I would accept, but of course, after knight e2, I have to go rook a1, and then you can take, and my king is still on this line, so bishop d6, and I even lose a pawn. I don't think white is worse, but also probably not fighting. Oh well, there's rook h1, some tricks still. Rook h1, king g8. Okay, so Tan Zhongyi, of course, understandably spends time here. No move from Salimova. I don't even know. Is there a problem with this perpetual, or she's looking for something else? That's confusing.
Yeah, probably she's thinking if the perpetual can be refuted.
Yeah, because like it's more or less clear black doesn't have any winning chances, right? Because
Yeah.
white always can just like take on g5 and go from there. So the only explanation for her thinking could be that she's not satisfied with a move like bishop f3 or rook c1 for this matter. I think it's the same in fact. Like you can go rook c1 and then bishop f3 next move.
Oh, maybe she was thinking, let's say you put rook c1 and then h5 check, king f6, rook h7.
Yeah,
but still,
it's still a
this
draw.
position is
Bishop
still a draw.
f3. You lose this one. It's important not to go to e5.
Yeah.
But if you just go even to f7 or e7, right? You're gonna go to e7, check d7, and this is still unstoppable. So basically, in order to have this whole setup, you need the pawn on g5, bishop on f3, and the rook on the first rank. So white cannot really stop the perpetual. Okay, we'll see. We'll see.
On the other game, Goryachkina Paehtz, there's a check on f4. I think you mentioned this position before with after bishop f4, king e6.
Well, that's interesting because Elisabeth went bishop c8. So she is ready to give up the e4 pawn, but doesn't want white pawn on a7. So after this check, the question is where
She chose to go
the
to
king's
c6.
going. She's going to c6. She's going to c6. Yeah, and I guess this is correct. So in some cases, king e5 f6 would be what you want to do, but here I guess it's...
You can give an e3 first.
Oh, well.
Okay, yeah.
Actually tricky, right?
Probably after king e5 you have to give in with e3 and then bishop f5.
e5, this...
And bishop f5. Bishop d3.
Wait a second, but... Am I not in some sort of trouble here? King f6. Okay, the bishop has bajillion moves, right? So you can move, and you move, but...
Yeah, looks risky now.
This one is possible to lose. It's like a7, king b7, c6, deflect the bishop, and win the game. Bishop f4, king c6.
King e5 is already on the board.
King e5 is on the board. Wait, maybe you have to go for an active counterplay like that. But no, but you're losing still, right? I can even sacrifice the bishop, of course. Yeah. There'll be a twist if this will be... No, seriously, but I just don't see a draw anymore. How is that? And computer says it's a draw, so that means there should be some relatively easy way. Should be some relatively easy way, it's just that I don't see it. Okay, if I defend, let's say white waits like this, right? Then let's say gets here. It is its Zugzwang, right?
Okay, what is the way then? Yeah.
Again, it would have been so much easier if Elisabeth would exchange like more pawns on the king side. So that's
Yeah, but on the other hand, Goryachkina wouldn't allow that to happen, yeah?
no. There was a moment like when after bishop h4, she could just play g5. Bishop moves somewhere. I think like people underestimate like how important it is to just like then you do pretty much all the same, and all the time you want to go to f1, and white cannot really make progress, right? Because the moment you go to f1, g3, bishop g2, you have to go f4, and you're left with no pawns. There's still a draw according to Machine. Machine sometimes is not very reliable though when it comes to opposite colored bishops.
Let me put it
So I'm a
on.
little bit worried that we might be disinforming our dear viewers.
Let me double check for you.
Like for instance, to highlight one idea, let's say this would be an easy draw if the h-pawns are not on the board, right? You just go into the corner and you sacrifice the bishop for a g-pawn.
Oh, okay. It's still calculating. Slightly better for white, it says.
Slightly better for white. It's it's not.
It's 0.3.
Yeah, but what's the move black has to play?
King b7.
King b7.
That's a hard move to make.
Yeah, so that you stop the a-pawn here, and then after king f6.
Oh, Elisabeth just played e3, and this is losing.
e3.
It's the most natural move actually, because you just want to get rid of
Yeah,
this
and
pawn.
after e3, bishop
Just
e3.
takes, yeah. And now king b7 is not winning because somehow
King b7, you probably go king d6.
c5.
Or c5, yeah.
And then you don't have a way of covering both pawns on a5 and c5.
Yeah, so I think in my analysis, when I was getting the pawn on a7, it would be winning for white. And the trick for black is to keep the king on b7.
Oh, this is hard. This is hard. No, before e3, I was just running my analysis, like what is the difference between king b7 now and then...
How do you make a draw?
Yeah.
So king b7, and if
Let's put
c5,
c5, yeah, and then
King
king
a6.
a6, yes. And then it doesn't matter what you do now, there's always a way to make a draw. King f6, bishop f5. Let's say c6. c6, you actually go for the pawn. So you're saving your e pawn as a decoy letter.
So this.
Here you just take the pawn on a5.
c7.
Okay.
And you probably
Two
run
moves. King b6 and h4.
h4, so that when I go c8, bishop c8, king takes, and you somehow stop the g-pawn, or maybe go after the e-pawn like king b4. Yeah, that was super
hard.
tricky.
Yeah.
That was super tricky, and this is how usually these kind of endgames are lost. So initially it's absolutely like drawish, then you make a few unnecessary weak moves, and the path to a draw gets narrower and narrower. At some point you have to find stuff like king b7, which is like obviously not easy. Okay, e3, bishop e3 played, and from Goryachkina you don't really have to invent anything, right?
Yep.
You just like get the king on f6, get the pawns as far as possible, and you just win somehow.
Wow, this is going to be quite a heartbreaking game for Elisabeth.
Yeah, she fought well, she defended well, and then Okay, wait a second. Divya Salimova made a few more moves, and it's still a draw. So after rook a7, bishop f3 was played.
Yeah, they're gonna go for your
h5 check,
perpetual.
king f6, rook to h7.
I think there's no other move, yeah? You have to play rook c1.
Yeah, you have to play rook c1. I mean, I guess, you could go
Yeah,
a4.
but she doesn't have to
deflect,
invent something
yeah.
like that. Rook c1, I think, has been the
Rook
original
c1 and then
plan.
just like go to f7 or
G7.
No, g7, rook g6. This
Oh yeah,
is
yeah.
something
The rook
not
takes
to
g5,
blunder.
yeah? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because if you lose
Right,
g5,
right. King
yeah.
can go to f4.
Yeah, but you can go here, let's say bishop takes, king e7. Just make sure that there are no checks and you keep all of those. Rook on the first, bishop on f3 defended, and the pawn on g5 stopping the king. And I believe she will have no problem finding it.
Yeah.
That has the potential to be one of the longer rounds, because Tan Zhongyi Munguntuul is still in progress and still like board full of pieces, right? Let's check again, maybe.
Yes, let's do it. It's been simplified now,
yeah,
actually.
there was a moment where after knight d8, Tan Zhongyi has played e4, and pawn takes and knight takes, knight d1, bishop f4. By the way, threatening a perpetual, knight back to c5, and rook e7. Now threatening, I guess, a check and a check.
And probably, if white allows black to do that, black is going to be better.
Yes, in fact, white has to be careful in some way.
King c2 is on the board.
Ah yeah, king c2, and she's running away with the king, right? If knight c3, then king d3, king c4, and so on. Well, rook e1 traps the bishop, I just realized.
In which case, I think white has to make some checks on
Yeah,
the
like
back rank.
you probably have enough counterplay like this, right? Like just give a check, king goes wherever it goes. Can go rook a8. It's a tricky position. Like both sides, like like this. No, not c8, but take the knight. Yeah, take the knight and king goes maybe g7, f7, whatever. I'm just hoping that there is no checkmate to the black king. And it's a white king against 3 black pieces and also black king against 3 white pieces. But probably not more than a draw. We'll see. The king c2. Is it real? Is Munguntuul on 4 minutes only?
Let me check it for you. She is, yes, less than 4 minutes.
Okay, so that means there is still some pressure, at least on the clock. Because Elisabeth Paehtz made a mistake in a much simpler situation. Right, so there is still an option for Munguntuul to go wrong.
Yeah, although the material was quite simple in her game, Paehtz game, but it was actually very complicated. It's really hard to find the really drawing
the
line.
king b7 move was hard to find. I agree. I totally agree. Now, yeah, that's not much to talk about. You get the pawn to a7. You get the pawn to c6.
Yeah, in this position you can pretty much play any moves here.
Yeah, I think you go a6. Maybe start with h4 would be not a bad idea. But no, a6 feels right thing to do. a6, a7. Yeah, interesting. Goryachkina's strategy to be solid, to play the endgame, and just to keep, to keep trying, somehow pays off. Yeah, we will witness the end of another game right now, because Salimova played rook to c1, which leads to a perpetual check.
Yeah, a6 wins, c5 wins, bishop f4 wins, bishop d2 wins. So, yeah, you're right.
I guess pretty much anything.
Yeah, white doesn't have to invent anything, just play for forward moves.
Yes, the plan that I see is, let's say, go a6 and go a7. You can put the bishop on b6 if you like, because it cannot be taken, there's a8. And you go c5. And then I guess next move you just play c6 and you take g6, and this is how you win.
On the Divya versus Salimova, again, I think we might be seeing the end of this game
Yeah,
because they
as
will
I just
be
mentioned, without showing it,
repeating
yeah, rook
this.
c1, check, king e7, so after this check,
Yeah, it happened.
you have to go
So
to
king-
d7, and this is it.
And probably after king d7, white will just be playing something that's to force the repetition right away.
You can attack the g5 pawn.
Yeah,
and-
g5, and then okay,
and
you
then
got
black has
this.
to
Repeat the moves.
Black has to repeat.
But can you think of taking g4? Oh no, there's
Oh, is black? I mean,
yeah.
I don't think
Or maybe
so.
instead of rook e5, rook g6, somewhere that's to be protected. So, I mean, in this position, for example, like after rook g4, there's bishop e6, but there's king d6. So let's.
But still, white still wins, right? Because of the h pawn. So black
right.
black shouldn't really try anything like
yeah.
that. I'm
So it
guessing.
just keeps checking.
Yeah.
And she is getting the check.
Yeah. The rook e5 move was played,
Yes.
and then rook g1 check.
I think Divya is not on the board. Oh, she is on the board.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, king h3, king h2 doesn't. They don't really make any difference. Yeah. But the difference is if king h2, you have to play rook h1 again. Okay, it doesn't matter where the king goes, just king. I mean, just rook h1.
Keep
rook
checking.
g1.
That's a perpetual check. Yeah, I think interestingly, this is like maybe apart from some very little inaccuracies, that's a game well played by both players. Because yes, Divya got some slight push from the very beginning, and Salimova defended well. So rook g1,
King h2.
king h2.
I think it's important not to play rook g1 here, though it looks.
Rook g2.
Rook g2, yeah.
Rook g2, king h3, and this is exactly how we lose, because g5's hanging, and as we already know, rook takes g4 loses to bishop e6.
There's already rook h1, king g3. They will repeat again, and eventually they will shake hands.
So that's a draw. So we are left with 2 games only.
Yep, and there it is. That's the official result of the game between Divya versus Salimova, which ended with a draw. And we have 2 games left currently going on. One is Goryachkina versus Paehtz and Tan Zhongyi versus Munguntuul. Yeah, this one looks pretty.
Yeah, this looks decided. Goryachkina went a6, gets the pawn on a7, so that the king has to guard the pawn, and then somehow the other pawn marches forward. And Tan Zhongyi Munguntuul, there were some exchanges, I thought. Here Elisabeth still has like 14 minutes, so there won't be. Okay, the only way this game finishes quickly if she decided to resign, right? While in Munguntuul's game, Munguntuul is then the second and the final time trouble, so I suggest we probably better watch that one. Munguntuul is down to like 1 minute, and also white is completely winning now. So something has changed. After knight c5, rook e7, king c2, black went knight e3, allowing to exchange this passive bishop from g1, and then white established the coordination of all the other pieces. After knight e4, f6 falls,
f6.
rook b6, everything. I don't know, maybe rook takes e3 would be kind of the last chance.
But probably because she's in a
knight e4
trouble.
is still the same thing. Knight e4 is still the same thing. Now it's plus 3.4, so completely winning for white.
Before we jump to this, actually I was going to remind you that with black pieces, Munguntuul has scored 100%.
Yeah, before that.
Before that.
yeah.
So I mean, because in the
That's,
last position that we saw, there's still some chance for black to try to play for a win, but here I think it's almost game over.
Everything's falling. Rook f6 and then rook b6. Doesn't matter where the king goes, to e7. Munguntuul decides it goes to e7, and then like
you can play rook h6 even,
H6,
going the other
maybe
way.
just win
Oh,
this
that
one.
one is
It's an annoying
it's a
pawn,
simple,
right? And some rook c3 is happening because of this pawn. So I guess rook b6 just take this pawn as well.
So seeing how the games have developed, I think today we'll be having a record of having 4 decisive games.
It looks like four decisive games today. And it keeps the decisiveness factor over 50% overall. We only had one quiet game, a quiet day, I think.
It was second or third round,
one result, Rook f6, king e7. Of course, Tan Zhongyi wants to be extra careful not to let her win slip. Well, d5, I guess, could be the fastest way to win. d5 and kind of d6 next move.
I want to play rook c3.
No, but I'll take.
Your
you take
rook
my
hangs
rook.
there.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, rook c3. I'll be a pain to blunder something like this.
And if you play king d4, for example, ooh.
That's a perpetual, right? Or you see a
I can
checkmate.
actually win. Maybe knight f7 is there.
Check.
Oh, no, maybe not.
Here,
This should be just perpetual.
Yeah.
You take and then c3 also hangs. Just bishop f4 is okay.
That's why you go rook b6 and you take the pawn.
Yeah.
You don't have to be brilliant, just be practical, right? Yeah, maybe knight c6, still some tricks, right? Here.
Gotta give a check, yes.
I was hoping for king d4, but there is a check and I have to go back, so... Even this one's not ideal. Well, that explains why she's thinking. Maybe your...
Or rook g6 as well.
Rook g6,
yeah. Taking the other pawn. And what happened?
Or having rook g7
d5.
idea.
d5 is on the board.
She played d5,
but
which drops a significant part of her advantage.
So I think rook c3 was the move, but Munguntuul played knight b7 right away.
And then after knight b7, d6 simply wins.
But there is bishop and knight guarding d6.
Rook e6 check.
You
wins
mean that
piece,
one.
yeah.
I see.
Check, rook e6, and then you take d6. Oh, wait a second. Is it rook d7?
Yeah.
Well, but there is no place to go with the king.
King f8 then. Oh, you just take with the rook then, and then play...
You can take with the knight as well, right? And rook e8 check.
Yes.
I still want this move to be legal, but it is illegal.
Oh, the other one.
No, it's a wrong move, wrong board. Knight b7. Did she play d6?
No,
not yet. Not yet. Yeah, there was a sudden chance to go rook c3, which I've originally missed as well. And I'm not even sure, like you probably have to take and then try to win this one. Maybe a2. This is winning,
bishop
I guess.
d6.
Knight a2, bishop d6,
king c4.
Here.
King e5. Yeah, it should be winning.
King e5. Yeah, still not clear, right? It should be winning, but always some chances. Like maybe king gets here. So that would have been a long game anyway.
Rook e6 is on the board.
Rook e6. She doesn't want to go d6. Rook e6 is... Yeah, it wins, but also not as fast as d6. d6 would have won immediately. Rook e6. Will she be back to rook b6 plan, maybe, after giving this check? And seeing where the king goes. Or you can maybe go d6 next move, anyway. King f7. It's possible that he can go d6.
Yeah, less than a minute left on the clock actually for Munguntuul. Yeah, if king f7, you can try rook f6 again, or even just push d6. Is rook c6 a move, or probably not?
Yeah, rook e6 also should be winning. But yeah, but then takes knight a5, yeah?
30 seconds left. Okay, king f7 is on the board.
King to f7, yes.
And, oh, they are just on the new score sheet because it has moved
it
61.
looked like they were signing the score sheet. He was not. He moved 60 and that's
61 actually. They just
rook
played.
e6 is a move 61, so new score sheet. Finally a move from Elisabeth Paehtz, but I believe we will be back to that game. Nothing can change there. Goryachkina is winning. So after rook e6, king went to f7. We have a little bit of a delay on the analysis board.
Still no move yet, but I was thinking if rook f6, instead of going back to e7, maybe just king g7. Yeah?
I think, like, why don't we collect more stuff? Rook b6, rook b4. I was suggesting it from the very beginning, but here it seems even.
Oh, knight?
Even easier.
Knight c5?
Yeah, but it's 2 pawns, right?
Bishop e6, rook b4, yeah? Bishop e6 first.
I guess this
That
also works, probably. Or, yeah, bishop e6 and rook b4. Yeah, I agree, like, black can still try to. Rather not try to hold, but prolong the game for a long time. Yeah. So maybe she doesn't want it. Maybe she wants something simpler.
Wow. On the other game, the evaluation gives Goryachkina to be plus 65.
That's a glitch of computer program. That means that she's promoting a queen and then, yeah, plus 65. There is not enough material for plus 65.
That's what it says here. 65, 67, 74.
It should be just a forced mate. Okay, update on the game of Goryachkina and Paehtz. So a6, bishop to e4, and h4 was played. And again, the winning plan is pawn on a7, get the pawn on c6, and then one of the black pieces has to get, well, a king has to stop the a pawn, and then the bishop has to get distracted by the c pawn, and white takes the g pawn. Paehtz down to 6 minutes. King c6 played. Over here, you might start with c5, I guess. You might start with c5, and then you go a7. If king goes here, you go c6.
Yeah, c5.
This one's defended. King has to go to a8, or maybe like if you take c6 with the bishop, then king g6 is good enough. It's easy. Again, without these pawns, without the h pawns, it would be an easy draw, because you could just sacrifice the bishop for the g pawn. That's why back then it was advisable to trade as many pawns as possible.
Bishop a7.
Bishop a7 is really strange, if you ask me. I mean, it doesn't spoil a win,
Yeah.
but it's really, really strange. Maybe she wants bishop on b8 and then pawn on a7 and then... But yeah, it's hard to explain why. It's hard to explain why.
On the other game...
Yeah, let's go back, right? Tan Zhongyi and Munguntuul.
King d4, rook c4.
White went with king d4, rook went to c1.
Yeah, rook c1, sorry, king d4,
Rook c1. King d4 is a bit surprising, but it's okay, I guess. Now once again you can go rook b6. I'm still trying to process Goryachkina's bishop a7 move. There's nothing wrong with it once again, but it looked like the obvious plan of pushing the pawns forward was so easy.
No, she's just prolonging the game.
Because she enjoys it.
Yeah. Yeah, in this position, I think any rook moves should be fine. Rook h6, rook b6.
Yeah. So basically what happens that after this check, king goes to c4, right? Only move but good enough. And I don't see, like knight d6 is not possible. Knight a5 I can take
might be
the
dangerous.
pawn, yeah. And then knight b3, a trick is answered with rook check counter trick. And if yeah, like the trick is you can't really do anything. Rook takes, there's bishop e6. Yeah. Knight b3, there is rook f6 and take the knight, and then the knight is trapped. And yes, go into d8, white just takes another pawn and 2 pawns up. Can still last some time, but so, what does it mean? We will have Goryachkina on +4 if she converts, and then 1 full point behind. There would be Tan Zhongyi and Tan Zhongyi and Tsolakidou.
Yep.
1 point difference.
Rook b6 by the way was played.
Rook b6
and
after
then,
rook c1.
And then a check on d1.
Check on d1, yeah, king c4 I guess, doesn't take you too much time to play the
and
only
knight
possible
f5.
move. Knight a5.
They are playing this line.
a5. King takes b4.
Still hasn't happened yet. And
she will.
now it just did.
She will. And this is it. Yeah.
This is it, yeah.
The knight's trapped, and there is absolutely no way, no tricks left, nothing. Just lose the knight, yeah.
Yeah, the knight is trapped, yeah. Probably she would try knight takes b3,
knight
but
takes b3,
after
yeah.
rook f6, just
check.
resign.
King b4 is already on the board, right? Yeah. So Munguntuul has to make a move.
And she
no
cannot,
time and no move as well.
And she cannot take on the 5 as well because of bishop e6.
Nothing works.
Yeah. Bishop d2 doesn't work because of knight takes d2.
Knight takes, yeah, bishop
c7.
c7, whatever, can take the knight, I guess.
I wouldn't do that. Because there's rook d5. I mean, they're still winning, it's just
d5
I wanna find like a cleanest win. Still winning.
It's like everything is protected.
Yes,
you take g5 with a check, this guy goes. So you don't even need to know how to checkmate with knight and bishop.
You still have a pawn.
Yeah, you'll still have a pawn.
You're right. And
She
knight
takes
takes b3.
Yeah, she takes b3. Of course, king b3 would be a blunder because rook b1, but rook f6 check is good enough.
Is rook b7 also doing the job? But also you have to do something after that, not immediately taking on b3.
Yeah. Wait, rook f6, king goes. King takes, rook takes. Technically one can say it's only a piece up, and maybe we want even more. I don't know why would we want more, but yeah. So technically there can be a better move. Okay. If I
Yeah,
give a
let's
check,
do rook b7.
King f8, let's say.
Still, there's no check. Okay, bishop d6 is 1.
Guess this, but no, this is something we shouldn't do, right?
But the knight escapes, yeah?
Knight d4 again. I guess we are winning still. Like check, check. No, that's definitely something not to do. I'm surprised why is she thinking. Few more moves in Goryachkina's game. After bishop a7, king c7, yes, c5 to have the bishop on b6, king c8, bishop b6, a7, c7, everything. Now, looks like the moves are coming automatically. You can actually get the pawn on c7 first now. It doesn't really change anything.
On the other game, we missed the move knight c3.
What?
Yeah, you're protecting d5 pawn, and also you're gonna take on the knight.
Tan Zhongyi found the strongest move. Knight c3. Attack the rook. Defend b1 with the knight, also with the bishop. Right.
Also defending the pawn.
Protect the pawn. Yeah, that's brilliant. That is, I mean, it felt like it could be stronger than just a piece up, which is good enough. Yeah.
But this is good enough. It protects everything.
Knight c3 is even stronger. Yeah. So I think it's resignation here, and a few more moves. Resignation to follow from Paehtz against Goryachkina. So really a lot of
13 seconds left, 10 seconds left now for Munguntuul.
yeah, but there is
okay, rook d2? Rook d2. Yeah, but there's nothing happening here. Yeah, king takes already on b3, and I think that's it. Although...
Well, she plays more moves, okay.
Bishop e5.
This played, bishop e5. Again, yeah, if you go knight e4, then after rook b2, black is back in the game all of a sudden.
I think after bishop e6, I mean, as long as white protects the d5 pawn or do something, that's not to lose the d5 pawn.
Yeah, bishop e6 defend both of your pawns, then go rook c6 defend the knight.
Bishop e6, knight e4 comes, yeah, that's it. Oh, hang on. Bishop e6, knight cannot go to e4. There's rook b2. There's just one little trick.
Yeah, first you go bishop e6,
oh,
so the bishop is protected. Then both pawns are protected, and this and that. And meanwhile, Goryachkina beats Elisabeth Paehtz after king b8. I think c6 move ended the game.
Yeah.
A strange game, to be honest.
Yeah, it was.
It looked that Elisabeth defended well, and everything kind of seemed, the danger seemed to pass after they reached this opposite colored bishop's endgame, and then a couple of careless moves led to the position where she had to find some brilliancy, and she failed to do so.
And now this is the last game that is remaining.
So Goryachkina on +4 keeps winning.
Keeps winning,
4 out of 4.
She's unstoppable.
Not even a FIDE can stop her. And can you please check her tomorrow's
Her
pairing?
upcoming opponents,
Yeah, remember that she had relatively easy pairings for the last round.
Well,
maybe
tomorrow she'll be playing against Munguntuul. Goryachkina will be black, and then round 8, Goryachkina will play against Koneru.
Okay,
and
that's not that easy.
And the last round she'll play against Salimova. And there's a resignation from Munguntuul, and therefore it concludes today's round. Wow, what
Yeah,
what a
lot
day
of
we have.
results.
It's amazing. I mean, with 3 rounds to go, I think the ladies, they just, oh, we're finishing the event soon. Let's start, keep fighting.
Let's keep fighting.
Keep
let's
fighting
start
until the
winning.
end. Yes. And Miro, let's see the official results of what we have today.
Yep. So last game to finish. Oh, it wasn't the last yet.
The
That's
second last, yeah.
Second last.
Yeah.
Goryachkina wins against Paehtz. Koneru lost to Stavroula Tsolakidou. A strange game, to be honest, like
And
straight from the opening. Kateryna
Kateryna
Lagno won a quality game against Bibisara Assaubayeva, perhaps understanding the position better, and then went for the decisive attack. The only draw in quite a level game happened in Divya against Salimova, and then Tan Zhongyi, we just witnessed, won a long game, grinding pretty much
against Munguntuul. And let's take a look at the leaderboard, and we still have Goryachkina, Aleksandra.
5 for Goryachkina, 4 for Stavroula and Tan Zhongyi, so 1 point behind, and clear fourth, it means 3.5 is Bibisara, right?
Yes.
3 for Divya and Koneru. But even for Bibisara, she's on 4th position, and it's 1.5 points. 1.5 points behind Goryachkina. So she needs Goryachkina to lose a couple of games, and also she needs to win all of her games.
To catch
it's
up.
almost impossible, right?
Well, with 3 rounds to go, everything is obviously at stakes. And Miro, let's talk game by game of what happened today.
Do you remember which was the first one?
I think it was either Koneru or Lagno. I think it was Lagno.
That's a good. Yeah, let's put it first. So Lagno won a nice attacking game against Bibisara Assaubayeva.
Yes, and the game between Koneru versus Tsolakidou, it was such a very beautiful exchange sacrifice by Tsolakidou, and she managed to convert it until the end and won a good game against Koneru.
Yeah, Divya Deshmukh against Nurgyul Salimova. I'd say slower opening, somewhat of an advantage for Divya, but Salimova kept finding resources, kept finding moves to equalize, so draw seems fair, and it was a quality game overall.
And in the game between Goryachkina versus Paehtz, it was quite a level game at first, although Goryachkina had a pawn up, but it seemed like Black should have had a defense, which was failed to be found by Elisabeth, and she yet suffered another loss.
Yeah, for Tan Zhongyi and Munguntuul, it's hard to describe what was happening. It always felt that Tan Zhongyi had this playing initiative, so to speak. So her advantage would go up and down and up and down, but she never let it slip entirely.
There was never in
like a
worse
draw.
position.
Yes, and eventually she converted her advantage in a very long game, so deserved victory, and she keeps herself in a race for, if not for the first place, but definitely for
the podium finish. Yep. Yes. Well, that's the conclusion of round 6, and thanks again for watching. We'll come back tomorrow for round 7 at the same time, same place, and have a good evening, everybody.